Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 Weather Day.
And thank you for joining us on this blustery Sunday afternoon. Nick Weig here with Rusty Lord. We've got a pretty unique situation here shaping up with this storm system where we're talking about winter weather, not exactly heavy snow that we're talking about, but a shot of snow here shortly here in the metro with a lot of wind.
That's the thing. And, you know, people have been talking about blizzard conditions with this. You do not need large amounts of snow to reach blizzard criteria.
Right.
It's all about visibility. And basically, how long are you dealing with low visibility, essentially, with the blizzard conditions that are moving through? So if we switch over to the radar, you can see very, very healthy band of snow that is set up here. You can see the axis of it running right through our area, and it's going to be swinging through. And there's a decent amount of snow that's still trying to develop off to the northwest behind it. So we're going to be dealing with snow here once it moves in the majority of the afternoon. So, and again, pardon me, I'm kind of fighting off some illness here with my voice, and hopefully it'll hold on during the course of this. But let's zoom in a little closer, and you can see where the worst of this snow is up around, right up here is the Oakland area. And you can see extending from Sioux City down through this heaviest band here that reaches into parts of Butler County. Hasn't quite got ramped up in the metro. We're starting to get the snow bands filling in, but I really think it's that noon to 6 window like we've been talking about where the worst of this will be with the worst snow and the wind combo. If we could switch cameras there, Nick, there you go. This is up around Oakland, Nebraska with this one underneath some of that heaviest snow band. So we're not talking about monumental amounts here. It's the combo of wind gusts that are going to be ripping 50, 60, maybe up to 70 miles per hour, plus the snow falling that'll drop visibility. So, and with the temperatures falling too, I'm a little bit concerned about flash freezing. So the snow is trying to fall and melt on the warm roads. As the temperature dips more and more, we're going to have more and more issues with, I think, things icing up and freezing up, and those roads not able to melt it from the bottom, and the cold temperatures kind of freeze it up from the top. We can look here. Nick's pulling up a camera from up around Sioux City. This is a look at I-29 near the South Dakota border. So if you got to head north, this is what you'll encounter. Right now, the roads just look wet. I mean, that's what kind of the way you see it, Nick,
yeah,
right?
it's. I mean, obviously there's not much travel out there, thank goodness, but what is out there seems to be moving at a pretty decent clip.
So that's good. I do expect conditions to continue to get worse and worse because the temperature will keep dropping, the snow will keep falling, the wind will keep howling. So north is probably a bad idea until later on this evening. And you can, at least the snow will stop falling, and you get better visibility if you head up that way. I know people have been asking me about travel in different directions. I think you're good right now if you're going east, and you're good right now if you're going south. I think you can stay ahead of it. West and north are going to be worse and worse and worse as you go those directions. So in and around the metro, as of now, we're dealing with just light little pockets of snow. I had my daughter send me a video. Hi, Charlie, if you're watching. She said, "It's snowing, Dad." So we got snow falling in parts of the metro, and it keeps on filling in here over the next couple of hours as things get progressively worse. And so this is what we have out there right now. Winter weather advisories in the purple, blizzard warnings in the red. That's where basically the delineation will be for some of the heavier snow and the prolonged impacts from having more snow on the ground. Could be a whiteout conditions as it's falling, and then even whiteout conditions while it's on the ground blowing across the road when the snow gets done falling. So basically the purple, probably a little less snow. The red's going to be the higher amounts, and we put some totals to it. This is the way it looks. I think up to 2 inches in the metro. I've been saying 2 inches or less for our area pretty consistently with this one, and you can tack on some heavier amounts in our far northern counties and our far eastern counties. You can see how it gets worse and worse as you go farther and farther east for our area. As that snow band will swing through, might even stall out a little bit as it gets into Iowa, which will be a little bit concerning. So that's the snow side of things. Here's the wind side of things. High wind warnings in place. That means gusts up over 60 miles per hour, very much attainable. I think 50 to 70 is going to be the norm for our peak wind gusts into the afternoon. I was saying 75 earlier on, but at least I think models have backed off at least about 5 miles per hour, which is good news. Still, 60 is a pretty critical number for us. That's the low end of a severe thunderstorm. Anything above that is when you start to see damage when you typically have a severe thunderstorm. And these are just strong straight line winds that'll be howling from the north and northwest. So you can see what we have for gusts out there right now. Latest one is 45 in Omaha, but you can see they're pushing 60. McCook, Hastings, North Platte, and boy, with those fires out there.
Yeah.
Oh, my word. Because it wasn't one of the bigger ones south of I-80 around the Gothenburg area, if I
Yeah,
remember
it was
right.
around there, and I believe we were getting the last report close to 500,000 acres that had burned on that. And, obviously dry conditions, strong winds, drought conditions as well. It's a recipe for disaster. And I believe we heard last night Omaha was sending firefighters out to try and help with this. So not a good situation because, again, they're not really seeing any precip with this, correct?
None at all. No. It's bone dry out there. And so they've had switching winds, too. Yesterday, they had a south wind. Later on yesterday evening, they switched and went out of the west. And now they're out of the north. I mean, just impossible conditions for firefighters there.
You got to try and create a fire line to try and shut this down. And when you have constantly changing winds, how do you do that?
And they're not weak winds either. It's ridiculous. They could easily put people in harm's way. I feel for anybody out there. I used to live out around Hyannis for about 2 years on a ranch out there. It's wide open country, not a lot to stop fires from burning. And some of it's inaccessible ground too. So you got to wait till it gets to you, and hopefully there's no structures in the way.
Yeah, this is such a unique situation because we have the wildfire dangers out west. We have the snow concerns, especially north of here today. And then you have a blowing snow concern everywhere. And then on top of that, essentially you have a severe thunderstorm wind concern everywhere that could produce tree damage, power outages. We've seen a lot of reports that OPPD has been preparing for this day, but it's not going to be an ideal situation where if power goes out or a tree comes down, it's not necessarily going to be a quick fix when the winds are still here, as opposed to a thunderstorm that has passed by.
That's a good point. I mean, it might take a while to get out there and repair things because they don't want to put the repair people in harm's way if the wind's going to be persistent. And if trees continue to be an issue with branches breaking, at least there's not leaves on the trees. That probably helps out a little bit. But yeah, it could be something where if you do lose power, it might take a little while to get it back later on today. So hopefully that's another thing. We need to keep an eye on the OPPD power outage map.
And we also have, then we have a wind chill concern because temperatures have been cratering throughout the day. And now we have these strong winds, and that's just another problem, especially if you have the potential of possibly not having heat for a while. Yeah,
no doubt. Let's, you speak of that, let me show you what the wind chills look like as of right now, because those just keep dropping as well. So there's the wind gusts. Here's a look at the wind chills. We're down to 15 in Omaha, and that is just going to keep going down, down, down. By tomorrow morning, we're probably talking about below 0 wind chills. Let me see here. Been a minute since I've used these wind chill maps. We'll bring this one up here. This is a look at the wind chill forecast. Yeah, it's lining up pretty well, 15 to 17 around lunch. And then you can see those dip below 0 overnight tonight. So the temperatures will just keep cratering. And by early tomorrow morning, we're probably flirting with 10 below for wind chills as kids get up and get ready for school tomorrow. So a lot of kids on spring break next week. A lot of major school districts. I know OPS is on spring break next week. I believe Millard is as well. So thankfully there won't be a lot of issues with that, but it is something that will be of concern as people get up and get going tomorrow. Let's look at some of the wind gusts here locally. We're 45 in Omaha. 52 is the strongest one we have in Norfolk right now. And again, I think we're just getting started with the wind. Models suggest that late afternoon is probably when the worst of the wind is going to be an issue. I think after about 3 o'clock, and even when the snow's done, it's probably going to be something, the wind's perpetual into the evening, and it won't really gradually relax until the overnight hours.
So a long way to go, obviously. And, one thing I noticed coming in from the west today is on the signs, they're also reminding people high-profile vehicles, travel not advised. They're even going that far with how serious these winds could be.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a box truck that's empty, a high-profile semi that's empty, we saw some of that out in Wyoming earlier on last week. I mean, the wind can take those really easy. So especially if you're traveling on the east-west roads, you are going to be, you don't want anything that's that light and catching that wind on the broadside for sure.
I wanted to talk about maybe any concerns you have. We've been watching this band of snow coming through. It's relatively narrow. It's moving at a decent clip. What are the concerns that whether it's going to continue along that rate, or if it may kind of stall out like what we saw a few weeks ago with our winter storm?
Well, that's an interesting concept here because let me switch back to the radar here. Given the fact that we're probably going to get some heavier amounts on the Iowa side, I would not be surprised if this slows down a little bit given the track of the low and kind of the progression from west to east slows down, and we could really see this try to park later on this afternoon over some of our Iowa counties. Excuse me. Hence the reason for some of the bigger totals, trying to get 2s, 3s, and 4s on our Iowa counties. So yeah, that's very much in play with this as it moves through. Would not be surprised if we see that stall out a little bit. But right now you can easily tell where that heaviest band is here. Hold on.
Yeah.
I got to take a drink of water.
Okay.
We're just battling this. I didn't have a voice on Friday. I was hoping I could hold out here for a bit.
Well, I think today would be, or this would be a good time to take a quick break. Rusty, I want to thank you for joining us. He's going to be with us throughout the afternoon. We're going to keep streaming. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will have the radar back up, and we will run through everything that's happening here. But for now, we'll take a quick break, and I'll be back with you here in about 3 minutes.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 Weather Day.
And welcome back once again. Nick Weig here with you with meteorologist Rusty Lord on this First Alert 6 Weather Day. An interesting weather day because obviously a primary thing for the short term is going to be the snow. It's also going to be the wind, and then that wind's going to last, and we could be looking at damaging winds even after the snow.
Talking about damaging wind, potential power outages, my wife just texted me and said that the power is flickering at our house already.
Oh, man.
So I'm concerned as these winds continue to pick up that we're going to have some issues here into the afternoon. I can see the comments. I love it.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go.
There we go. Let's discuss what we have happening on the radar right now, because now the snow's really starting to pick up out west, and I'll continue to move in from.
I got it.
There we go.
There we go.
You got it. You can see the heavy snow band there that sets up from south of Sioux City right through parts of Cumming County, Colfax, down into Butler County. Actually, do you have that David City camera?
Yes, there we go.
There we go. So that is right there in the center of that heavy snow band. Look how the snow is just whipping across the road there. I believe this is the corner of, let me look here.
Highway 15 and 92.
There you go. It's right on the screen.
And there's the plow right there.
Highway 15 and 92. So that's the uphill battle that road crews are going to be facing here, trying to get the snow off the road with this as it's moving through. So that's south of David City, I believe, is where that camera is. So looking at the radar right about here is where that camera was, right in the center of that heavy band south of David City. So once you get that band of snow, that's really going to add it up fairly quickly. Pretty light in the metro as of right now, but you can see all that is swinging through, and we'll see if that ends up stalling out in a certain place across our area. 45, the latest gust in Omaha, 43 in Lincoln, 46 in Wahoo. You can see some of these already trying to hit 50 miles per hour. I think we're going to go up near 60. So notice how they get worse and worse into the afternoon. I think the strongest gust may end up being that 5 to 6 to 7 o'clock hour. So this just shows you every hour. This is model data, giving you hourly readouts of the peak forecast wind gusts. There's 58 minutes, 59 minutes in between each of these, and I think we could spike to 70 miles per hour with some of these wind gusts. So it's just the beginning of the wind and just the beginning of the snow. We talked about that noon to 6 p.m. window being the worst of it for us.
Yeah, and even after the snow, you're talking about the potential of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That can do some real damage just on its own.
Yeah, and we're talking about tree damage, power lines trying to come down. If any of the snow sticks to the power lines, stick to some of the tree branches, that weighs them down and make them even easier to snap. So again, 60 miles per hour is the severe thunderstorm threshold. If wind gusts are reported or seen on radar of 60 miles per hour or greater, they issue severe thunderstorm warnings when we're in stormy season. So these are just going to be strong north winds trying to howl up to 70 miles per hour. That could be a little more consistent than what you'd get out of a severe thunderstorm.
And going back to that and what you've been talking about, this isn't going away anytime soon. I mean, those powerful winds are lasting well into the early morning hours.
Yeah, so it's a gradual drop off with the wind from west to east. You can see by midnight still trying to gust near 50. And as this moves through, the backside of it's still going to have some wind. So you can see I paused it here at 3 o'clock. Temperatures will be in the 20s, wind chills likely in the teens. But you can see some of the heavier snow bands trying to work their way into Iowa. It still seems by about 5 to 6 o'clock snowing at a good clip on the Iowa side. With the wind lining up as well. So there's 7 o'clock. The snow is pretty much wound down on the Nebraska side by 6 to 7, and then it moves off towards the east and out by 10 of the entire viewing area. Clearing out tonight, and then there's the cold air that funnels in as we make our way into the early part of Monday morning, down in the single digits to right around 10 degrees to start off Monday with that cold air pouring in. Wind chill forecast tomorrow. How about near 10 below to start off the day and climbing near 15 by the afternoon? So, again, some school districts on spring break next week. I know OPS is. Sorry if I messed up some of the other ones. I know somebody said Millard. It wasn't on some of the comment sections here we're seeing. But this is how your Monday looks with the wind gusts still trying to spike near 40 miles per hour early in the morning, and then at least back off some into the afternoon with gusts near 30 miles per hour to round out the day. So, I forgot to take the arrow off of this. It is not a first alert day on Monday. This is just a graphic I didn't update in the haste of things. So, tell you what, we're going to do that live on the old internet here. Let's go take this off. It is not a first alert 6 weather day tomorrow. It's just going to be cold and windy. And temperatures will not fall off. So there you go. Near 10 to start, near 25 for the afternoon high as things look to be on the chilly side all the way around, at least to start the week. But hey, you know what the best part of the forecast is? It's what everybody's been looking at on the 10-day.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get right to it here before we get back to talking about snow. Wait for it. How about 80s to end
Much
next
better.
week? Right around 80 by Friday, Saturday, and then it tails off a little bit into early next week, but still not all that bad at all.
No.
That's a, what is it? See, do my math here. 55-degree jump in the afternoon by the end of the week. We'll take it.
Unfortunately, though, that probably does mean dry conditions.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's how we're probably going to dry out for a while. And this is going to be some big-time heat. They're probably going to be in the desert Southwest trying to hit the triple digits when we're up into the 80s here.
Well, keep those warm thoughts because we're going to need them for the next several hours. This is a live look from I-29 near Sioux City. You can see the snow blowing across the camera there, left to right. Roads, seeing it collect there, this is that dichotomy I love showing on some of the sky cams and the DOT cams, is how it looks relatively clear and wet on some portions, but then where you get like the barriers there in the middle, and then later you'll see those overpasses where the air is cooler underneath it, you're going to see the snow collect faster than you do on just the grounded roadway.
And everything's working against road conditions the later we go. The temperature keeps dropping, the snow will keep blowing over top of the road and sticking to it, and the warmth of the road will have less and less of an impact. And as the snow blows across, it'll melt, and we might get a flash freeze, and temperatures will cause things to ice up a little bit more over the next several hours, especially as you're going to the north.
All right, so now let's talk about those road conditions. Obviously, everything seasonably fine here in the metro, but imagine that's going to be changing here in the not-too-distant future.
Yeah, and I don't know what this blue mark here is on Highway 6 heading southwest, so that should be green like all the others. I'm not quite sure how that was loaded here. This is a big file, so sorry about the jumpiness. But you can see off to the northwest, we're getting some blues and some purples. So we're getting partially covered or completely covered roads to the north and to the northwest. And over the next several hours, this will just gradually get worse from west to east as the road conditions go downhill. So if you do have any travel to do, you're still pretty good to the south and still pretty good to the east. You can stay out ahead of it as you're heading out. But now that snow is starting to spread more and more through the area, and as this all swings through, everybody's going to start to see a little bit more snow coat the road and a little bit worse driving conditions as we progress through the rest of the afternoon. But it's pretty easy to tell that really narrow, heavy band right there in the middle of that snow that's going to be swinging through.
And really, it's just going to be time telling what exactly that band does. If it just swings through here on the momentum it's on right now, that's going to be a much better situation than if it, say, kind of sits over a particular area, whether that's the metro or further east. I know some of the models were picking up on that earlier, but they did kind of back off on that here in the last 24, 36 hours.
Yeah, there was some iffiness on just how much snow we would get in our area, because we're on the very southwest edge of this. And where that kind of set up and stalled out was probably the key. But so recently in the last 24 hours, like you mentioned, models kind of backed off and all kind of lined up in that 2-inch or less category for us. The best way to put it is probably more to the southwest or more to the northeast, less to the southwest as this all swings through. And you can kind of see that with these blizzard warnings where there's going to be more snow and perpetual wind and more to blow around. So it could even turn into a ground blizzard scenario even when it's done snowing. In some of the red shaded counties, the purple is where we have a little less snow. But the amount of snow does not make a blizzard. It's the 3 hours or more of quarter mile or less visibility and 35 mile per hour wind gust or sustained.
Sustained, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the criteria there. There is no amount of snow that is needed to make it a blizzard warning. You just need to drop visibility and make it near whiteout.
And this is where kind of the rainbow effect on these advisories and headlines come in, because we've got a winter weather advisory, which is basically for the snow. But then we also have the high wind warning, which is for the wind. And you have that, you're trying to explain this to people that it is a winter storm. We do have to be concerned about the snow and the road conditions because of that. But then also the wind is going to cause problems, not just on the roads with blowing snow, but up in the sky with trees, power lines, and everything in between.
Yep, that's and It's expansive too, extensive. That's the word I'm looking for. High wind warnings during all of this as well. So even when it's done snowing, these are going to continue into the evening and eventually the overnight behind all of the snow that moves through. As a matter of fact, let me click on this here. I don't actually know the end time of this high wind warning. So it's through 1 a.m. Monday in our area. Let's see if it varies a little bit on the Iowa side. Yeah, about 1 a.m. it looks like. So we're looking at, again, winds still being an issue into the evening. That's why, again, power outages are still going to be a problem, I think, deep into the evening. It's going to be tough for crews to get out there and safely try to fix things, especially if they got to get in the air in a boom truck or something. You don't use those cherry pickers, the boom trucks, when the wind's gusting to 60 miles per hour, I wouldn't imagine.
No, and so that would be the other danger is any down power lines obviously have to be treated as live. Don't drive over them, don't go near them, especially with winds like this. Those things can whip up pretty quick. So it's not the most dangerous wintry situation for the metro, but still, effectively you kind of have to treat it almost like a long-term thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, exactly, because these winds will still keep spiking. It won't be consistent gusts to 70, but it'll just be like their own little intermittent thunderstorm every once in a while that tries to spike and go up near 70 miles per hour. And then that'll just keep blowing snow back over the roads consistently. And it might make a little bit of an uphill battle for some of the road crews trying to keep the roads clean, because as the temperature keeps dropping, any brine or any solution they put on it is going to be less and less effective, and the overall road temperature will keep dropping too.
Now, this will probably help with the main roads like we see here along I-29, but the next question is, what does this do for road crews as the wind is blowing and the snow is collecting? Possibly, especially on side streets right now, it might be melting in some areas, and then the temperatures crash, and you have that potential of a flash freeze.
Yep, that's what will happen. So at a certain point, the road temperature just won't be helpful, and then the cold air on the top will flash freeze any moisture that is melting right now and helping us out. But that'll just keep dropping with the temperature, and the ability for it to freeze will get easier and easier. It is the wind blowing that snow across the road in wide open country is so much different than when we're looking at things inside city limits.
And the visibility you can see greatly reduced in that shot.
So that's David City, just south of David City right now, is where that NDOT camera is that we're showing you at the moment. So again, those conditions will try to swing into the metro over the next couple of hours, and you can already see some of the darker snow bands west of Elkhorn starting to move in. Pretty good snow around North Bend right now. They're starting to fill in. As a matter of fact, what we can do, I think there's a DOT cam. Oh, let's adjust on the fly here. There's one just to the west of North Bend. And hopefully, some of these, when the wind gets a little stronger, we can kind of lose the signal on. Doesn't look quite as bad there. Ooh, sorry. My voice is getting worse and worse.
I know many people out there, myself included, can relate to that.
Yeah. Been dealing with something in our house for the last couple of weeks. All right, you can see how that's a pretty good representation. Look how it's starting to stick to the roads as the temperature drops. So the roads were, and the ground was plenty warm from the last stretch of warm weather that we've had, but now you can see what the cold air is doing to that as it temperature keeps on tanking.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem. I mean, you can see obviously that the heavily traveled roads, they're going to kind of dig into that, maybe keep those tracks a little warmer for a while. But on these more rural areas, side streets, etc., that's just not going to be enough.
Not at all. Come on. Oh, where'd the window go so I can close? There we go. Seeing if we got any other cameras. So let's try up northwest of Scribner on Highway 275. That would be in that pretty intense snow band too. Oh, there you go. Snow's sticking to the camera. Must be pointing north.
Yeah, you can see that definitely right there. But yeah, I mean, you can see the heavier rate of snow as well. And
some big fat flakes in that snowbank there.
yeah, that is not a good sign for that area. I mean, it doesn't really see much blowing in that area. But again, that's part of the issue here is that it's blowing around enough right now, enough to cause problems, but nothing compared to what we're going to see this afternoon.
Yeah, yep. That will, again, this is with wind gusts about 40 to 50 miles per hour.
Right.
So we're going to tack on another 10 to 10 to 15 miles per hour to some of these peak wind gusts here over the next several hours. So let's go back to the radar here quickly. I'm going to see if there's one more camera maybe we can find in that snow band. Let's give people a little idea of this is a Fremont. Just starting. So you can see how the darker blue is just starting to fill in around the Fremont area.
Oh, didn't want to go. Here we go.
Flag. Some of these cameras, the signal takes a little bit to get in here. Flag's really whipping in the wind. Oh, no.
It's trying. Yeah, we've got those data issues here. We'll see if it pops back up here in a second.
Some of these just like to be temperamental with the live stream. We could always get an image, but we like live video. Wait for it. This happens to Jared all the time when he's doing traffic.
Yeah, it does.
So you can see the flag whipping in the wind there. This one might not be as reliable. We might have to go back to the radar and see what we can find here. I was just kind of giving people an idea of what's kind of moving in. We can try this one up by Blair and see what this looks like. Just starting to fill in with the snow right there. That's okay. So you can still see a fair amount of the grass is apartment complex going on. This is on the south side of Blair, in the roundabout there, just south of the Woodhouse dealership. So, yeah, just starting to pick up. And this is what's gradually going to fill in over the metro. Looking outside our window right now, not too much happening otherwise. With this is it's starting to fill in more and more. Oh, did we lose? Oh, you're good. I just got to bring up the window so I can control it here. So, yeah, that's the first main snow band. It's still a good amount of snow behind it, but we'll see where this kind of sets up shop. And
it seems a little more organized, unfortunately, right now, too. Becoming a much more defined line there in the middle of that band.
That is very, very stout, with the snow intensity right through here. We'll see. Maybe that's an inch an hour snow band if it were to sit in the same spot for about an hour, but thankfully it's got a little bit of progression to it. So I imagine here, where are we at time-wise? We're about 12:25. Getting to the 1 o'clock hour, that'll probably be one that sits over the metro and does for at least the 1 o'clock hour before it starts to move to the east and impact more of Iowa.
So I guess the story of the hour is if you're watching us in the metro, the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
It's already unpleasant out there, but then much more difficult conditions are knocking on the door right now.
And we'll show you two more things here. We're going to take maybe a little bit of a break. This is the snow forecast. Again, it's not about the amounts of snow. I think it's 2 inches or less out of this. That should be impactful to the area, more to the east. But look at how that snow band moves in and the wind gusts will ramp up with it. So we're talking gusts peaking near 50 miles per hour as we head towards 1 o'clock. They could sneak up near 60 miles per hour by later on in the afternoon easily. 50 to 60 is no problem, I think. And then we could have a couple of gusts to try to get near 70 as that snow band is whipping through and even behind it as well.
Well, Rusty, we thank you. We thank your voice especially for joining us. And hopefully we can get some more updates as this snow begins moving into the metro. We're going to take a much shorter break this time, and then I'm going to get the radar back up for everybody who's watching on the stream. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to share them in our comment section on Facebook and our chat on YouTube, and we will try and answer those as best we can. So for now, we'll take a quick break and be back with you in just a moment.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 Weather Day.
And good afternoon once again. Nick Weig here with you alongside Rusty Lord as we are tracking this winter wind weather coming in to the metro area right now. We're watching that heavy band, and I think let's just go ahead. And of course, we just lost it, so let's give it a second here to pop back up.
There we go.
There we go. Let's go ahead and start with this because this is quite the image. A little bit better than what we saw a few moments ago, but you can really see now that blowing snow up in David City just dramatically cutting down on visibilities. And I mean, you know, we talked about reduced visibilities, but now you can see it with those stop signs just kind of cutting off any visibility there as that blowing snow.
That's a nasty gust going right through right
Yeah.
there. So that's Highway 15 and 92 on the south of David City, if you're going to get an idea. So Highway 92 is running left to right across your screen there, I'm pretty sure. So any east-west roads are going to look like that. The wind just whipping, excuse me, whipping the snow right across that. So falling snow or snow on the ground, we could have blizzard and ground blizzard conditions. It's amazing how much it varies from point to point. Did you want to bring up that one up around Sioux City? Is that what you're looking at? Or?
No, they actually look pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just. I mean, you see the traffic out there. You don't really see those cars until they're right on you. So that's obviously the main concern. Is now there is, as you said, there is enough snow on the ground and enough wind that it is just kind of whipping it out of those ditches and right over the roadway. And especially there, you've got a white SUV. Looks like they're doing a UE.
Yeah, she said.
Maybe they're changing their mind. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, this isn't for me. I'm going to go back.
And so that's largely where this heavier snow is falling right now.
Yeah, so that camera we were showing you is right about here. You want to get a little idea. So that heavy snow band has already dropped a good amount of snow, and now behind it is a good amount of wind that is whipping through. So even when the snow rates start to back off, the wind is still going to be there, and that's how we've been saying the worst of it really gets going. The noon to 6 hour, that 6 hour window, basically the afternoon, is when this is going to swing through and cause the most problems. So just now starting to fill in the metro, but that heavy snow band runs from parts of Monona County, now west of Tacoma, down through central Dodge, that's northwestern Saunders, just about to Wahoo, and down into Seward County. As that is swinging through and going to be a big snowmaker for us. And you can see how the darker colors are starting to fill in the metro. So we will get more and more snow each and every hour of the afternoon here. Plus, the wind is going to continue to pick up. So the snow and wind combo progressively gets worse every hour from here on out. And you can look at the winter weather advisories and blizzard warnings that we have. The red is a blizzard warning. Purple is a winter weather advisory, where basically just a little less impactful than what they're going to get in the red shaded area, where we have slightly more snow and the winds that could be a little more perpetual into the evening hours as well. I can give you a little idea here as to, so the winter weather advisory is scheduled to go through 9 o'clock tonight. The blizzard warning through about 7 a.m. tomorrow, just because with more snow on the ground, you're likely going to have some ground blizzard potential with snow that's on the ground blowing around quite a bit.
I'm curious too. You know, you just showed the basically the cutoff there around Beatrice and York. But if you pull the live radar back up, or the loop rather, it seems like that band is really starting to kick in further to the south and almost kind of back build on itself.
Yeah, there is some good development down here southwest of Lincoln, so we could actually start to see, you know, some subpar driving conditions. Let's slide over and see what it looks like when we flip to the Hastings radar.
Oh, yeah.
That's a pretty good band of snow that's reaching all the way down to the Kansas border right now. So it'd be interesting. They might tack on a couple more counties to that winter weather advisory over the course of the day, giving you impacts all the way down to the Kansas border. And on that note, even too, we might need to extend our snow forecast with up to 2 inches a little farther south as well, as that band that's dropping through is impacting a few more of these counties down here, which most people down here probably watching Lincoln, getting there, but you can see where our snow forecast is set up. I might need to extend that a little farther southwest. So 2 inches or less for a good chunk of the area. You get some higher totals to the north and higher totals to the east, where it may snow a little longer and snow a little faster. You're talking earlier about the snow band trying to just stall out. That could happen over parts of Iowa.
Yeah, and I think that would be the biggest concern, obviously. You've got 2 to 4 inches there right now. My family's still out in the Cedar Rapids area. They're looking at a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
And I guess good news or bad news for that area is everybody's on spring break this week. So
Yeah.
not the spring break that many people planned on, anybody especially, and I'm not sure if we've heard on anything here in Omaha on potential travel delays, flight delays, but I can't imagine that every flight can get in or out in these conditions this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, that crosswind is going to be rough. You might need some Dramamine if you're on a flight trying to land. A lot of bouncing around in these winds, because these winds are not just at the surface. They extend several thousand feet up, and trying to fly into these and land somewhat smoothly. And then you throw in the visibility as well. I will say they do a great job at the airport of keeping the runways clean, but it's kind of an uphill battle when the wind is this strong.
Yeah, I mean, I can't get enough of this shot up by David City. I mean, it really depicts what's going on, especially in the rural areas. I mean, at times you can't see anything. That truck is just becomes covered in that blowing snow.
And that's gotten worse. We've been doing this for about an hour.
Yeah.
And that's gotten worse every time we check in on it. There's a house.
Yeah, there is.
On the base of those trees there, and all you can really see is the top of the trees right
And there
now.
you see a white vehicle. Just watch it slowly disappear
creeping
there.
through. Yeah, nobody's breaking any speed records, that's for sure.
Yeah, travel seemed to be moving along pretty well up there about an hour ago, but it's pretty clear now that ship has sailed and things are really beginning to slow down. Again, with blowing snow, when that blows across the roadway, that can also lead to slick conditions on the roadway.
And that's the thing. You were talking about this earlier. It's we got the flash freeze potential too, because the temperature just keeps dropping. For a while, we had the road temperatures able to melt the snow as it falls, but every hour it just gets colder and colder and colder. The road's not able to warm and melt and keep up, and then we continue to blow snow across it. That'll stick to the water, anything that's melted, and freeze up even more and create very slick conditions over the next several hours. So road conditions go downhill. The wind will still increase over the next several hours. The snow rates are still going to be there over the next several hours. That's why I think we're just getting started with this. Even if the snow doesn't look quite as bad on the radar in your area, the snow that's on the ground plus the wind will continue to make road conditions worse and worse all across our entire area.
So you mentioned the blizzard warning, the winter weather advisory expiring, advisory at 9 o'clock tonight, blizzard warning, I believe it was 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Correct, I believe.
But then we also have the wind that is still going to be an issue for pretty much everyone throughout the evening and into the morning hours.
Yeah, so even when it's done snowing, the wind is still going to try to gust over 60 miles per hour. So leading up to this, I was saying 50 to 75 mile per hour gusts. Models showed some really strong wind gusts about 5,000 feet off the surface. And a lot of times when you get these strong winds, they mix down fairly well. What will happen is those will mix down and pull down some of the stronger winds. I think that will probably go 50 to 70 miles per hour with some of those wind gusts. So let's get a look at where they are the strongest. So far, the peak one in Omaha that I've been able to find is about 50 or 47. So like I said, we are just getting started. Let me show you where the strongest ones are. I thought this was the map I was going to show. There we go. Look at Hastings, 63. Oh, wow. So 50 to 60 is going to be no problem this afternoon, folks. Especially there's those stronger gusts in central Nebraska, slide east. I think we could mix and get some 70 mile per hour wind gusts. My wife told me that the power was flickering already in our part of the neighborhood, and we'll see if that continues over the next several hours. So we're getting gusts 35 to 50. Norfolk keeps trying to go near 50, so does Beatrice. Again, that's going to probably be the start of the low end here. You can see into the afternoon, they spike a fair amount and could easily get near 60 miles per hour. These are the peak wind gust forecast. And this just shows what the model spits out every hour. Obviously, time doesn't stop between the 2 hours. So anytime between 4 and 5, anytime between 5 and 6, I would not be surprised to get an isolated gust in the area that tries to sneak up near 70 miles per hour. It is going to be a very, very windy day. And we talk about 60 being the threshold, the low-end threshold for severe thunderstorm warnings.
Did have somebody ask on Facebook, and I'll get out of the way here. If we have time to drive to Omaha, from Omaha to Lincoln later today, what time should we leave? I imagine that's pretty much now. I mean,
if you want to get there, now's the time. I would say every hour from here on out, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're going to see road conditions continue to get worse and worse.
Yeah, I think we're at that point now where whenever you leave is going to be the best time, and anything thereafter that is just going to be precipitously worse.
And people were asking me days ahead of time. They're like, well, okay, if I want to do this, if I want to go to Kansas City, if I want to go to Des Moines, or I'm trying to drive back on a Sunday, which is common from a busy weekend, whether it's sports or anything like that. I was telling people safely, get back to Omaha by 10 o'clock and you'll have no problems.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those things, too, where it's like, we've been dealing, AM, right? We've been dealing with these strong winds already today, and that's something that generally anybody in a regular sedan or SUV could handle, but it's that snow on top of it, not just as it's falling here over the next couple of hours, but then afterwards as it's just continually blowing around.
Yep, and even when it's not snowing, it'll just perpetually be blowing that across the road. So I-80, as much as they try to stay ahead of it, sometimes a plow blade can't scrape all that off, and it'll just keep rolling back across. People drive over it, compacted, and it'll get more and more slick each and every hour. So now it's looking a little bit better around David City. But again, this is something that comes and goes with the wind gusts, folks. And you could get caught in a really, really nasty bout of wind here, and you could easily lead to whiteout conditions as you're driving along any rural roads. So what are we at here? About 1 o'clock. Let me progress this and start it at about 1. You can kind of see it's a little bit, maybe a little bit out ahead with where the snowfall is forecast. The forecast is out a little out ahead of where the snowfall actually is. But you can see we still expect snow to continue all the way towards 5, maybe even 6 o'clock on the Nebraska side. But then into the evening is still snowing on the Iowa side through about 10. So that will keep moving through. The wind will still be howling behind any snow. And then the temperature will keep dropping as well. It's one aspect we haven't talked about. We should be down near 10 to start off the day on Monday. I would expect even more widespread single digits given the snow we're putting on the ground. Probably going to see those temperatures crater a little bit more. I would expect widespread single digits to start off tomorrow. And you can see what that's going to do. The wind chill gradually gets worse and worse today. Another reason why you probably don't want to be out on the roads. Maybe you slide off the road and then you got to try to figure out how to get safely somewhere when wind chills are bitterly cold and keep getting worse and worse. It will be done snowing by tomorrow morning, but the winds will still be howling and gusting up near 40 miles per hour to start the day. So we are looking at gusts at best by the afternoon, probably 25 to 30 miles per hour later on in the afternoon. The 10-day forecast then shows that only a high of 25 tomorrow and then back up near 40 on St. Patrick's Day. I'll press the button and show you the 80s too.
There we go. That's what we're waiting for.
Friday and Saturday showing us a high temperature near 80 degrees. So a big 55-degree jump from Monday. We could be double-digit below zero wind chills Monday morning and then be 80 by the afternoon, talking about heat index values by the end of the week.
That's just March in the Midwest. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. And again, it's unfortunately this is not dropping significant amount of precipitation, especially to our west where things have been so dry. The wind is just aggravating things. And then you look at that and you see more dry weather and now warmer weather ahead.
I mean, we could spend a little time. You want to talk about the wind and the impacts with the wildfires that are out there? I know there's a big one south of Gothenburg. I don't know which one they have. There was one that they said was 0% contained. Yeah, that was yesterday.
That had burned at that point close to 500,000 acres.
Okay.
Omaha was deploying firefighters to aid in that, and just a very difficult situation, as you were mentioning earlier in the hour, because not only are they dealing with dry conditions, strong winds, they're dealing with shifting winds, and that makes it almost impossible to set up any defense lines.
And during the day yesterday, they were able to get ahead, hopefully, or at least not fight a losing battle. Yeah. They had south winds that weren't very strong yesterday. Then yesterday evening, those flipped. I saw Alliance, Nebraska, which is right out here in the Panhandle. They had a 57-mile-per-hour gust out of the due west, and now we're dealing with northwest winds. So you got this fire that's just swirling and trying to move in different directions now, and these winds with gusts up over 50 miles per hour around North Platte, Gothenburg, with that fire sits right about here, and there's no snow falling. There's no rain falling. Nothing that's going to help them out at all. Out here, as I flip over to the radar, it's this band of snow for us. There's just a little bit out west, but you're not getting anything that's of any help. We can go out here. I'm just trying to see. That might be smoke
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is the moving.
This right here,
Yeah, that's what I was seeing. That looks like a
that could be.
because yeah.
It's just a brutal conditions out here. I mean, I don't see how the fires don't get worse with a setup like this, but
I guess the only good news for them is it's going to be dry, unfortunately, this coming week, but winds will die down,
Yes.
obviously, compared to what we're seeing now, but hopefully not as gusty as what we saw last week.
yeah. Once we get into Monday afternoon, it should be a lot better out there, which is great news. You're already starting to see them relax a little bit in the far western panhandle, but when you're fighting a fire, this 30-mile-per-hour gust around Scotts Bluff still isn't helpful at all.
Yeah, and there you see, as you mentioned, Hastings right now at 60. I mean, but even there you go, McCook, North Platte, I mean, 50s, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Really just that far western panhandle avoiding the worst of it right now.
And this is the pocket here. You can see this is what models continue to suggest are going to swing through with this system because everything's progressing from west to east. So that's the pocket I'm worried about. And right in there, I think is where we could see some spikes up to 70 miles per hour. There's a lot of open country there. We might be getting some gusts already that aren't hitting some of these weather stations that could be spiking up near that already. Latest in the metro. Again, these are like hourly readings. I can check some other. Yeah, we're gusting like 40 to 50 right now over much of the area, and this is just kind of the beginning of the wind. It should progressively get, well, at least according to model data. I see no reason to argue with it just because the back edge of the system is kicking up those winds already in central Nebraska.
Yeah, we had a lot of concern about the models, at least I did watching it, because we were on the fringe of the snow. So forecasting that with such a fine cutoff was really hard to pin down, and fortunately it looks like we're going to wind up on the low end of that spectrum. But when it came to the winds and the timing and the intensity, they've really all been in agreement on that.
Yeah, 50 to 60, no problem. No problem. It was figuring out the high end where at one point I was a little concerned. There was some model data that suggested we could get 80-mile-per-hour winds. Thankfully, that has backed off too, and I didn't lean into that too much. But I think 50 to 70 is going to be, or 50 to 60, no problem, and then isolated to 70. I mean, if you've been following along on social media, the two things I've been saying were a lock with this, were the crashing temperatures and the wind gusts. There's no way we're getting out of that, and it was all a matter of where would the heaviest snow set up with that. You could see that less southwest, more northeast was the trend. But yeah, where did the sharper cut off and where did the bigger numbers end up? But I think there could be some 3s or 4s on the Iowa side for our Iowa viewers that might be streaming us. But anything on the Nebraska side most likely is 2 inches or less. So
a little bit of a silver lining, but still a lot of difficult driving out there this afternoon. So I think the best advice is to enjoy some indoor activities. Maybe keep an eye on the stream here on your TV, your smartphone, your tablet, wherever. We're going to leave everything up for you. I'm going to throw up that David City.
I was hoping you'd do that because that's what 2 inches or less of snow can still do.
Yeah, and you see that wind just whipping in front of those trees. Not nearly as bad as what we saw a few minutes ago, but I mean, it's never going to be a constant because, again, this isn't really reaching that blizzard criteria. But for a very short period of time, it's certainly going to feel like it in any given place.
Yeah, I mean, you could not see the buildings there for a while when we were talking about 10, 15 minutes ago. So it's going to vary and keep blowing the snow around no matter what.
Well, you have got a lot of time, hopefully enough time to rest your voice because you've got to get it ramped up for the morning show now.
Yeah, so if you see a little bit of extra Jarrett Lansford in the morning tomorrow, it's because I'm sitting on the sideline and I sound like this. So we'll see what we can do.
We appreciate you sacrificing your voice for a little bit to join us. Rusty, thanks for joining us.
You bet. Happy to do it, and you're going to see more of us here because this is a fun thing. I like doing this, and we can cover events in a unique way here and enjoy it.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to throw that camera up again one more time because it is kind of one of the better shots we've seen all day. Here we go. And I'll make sure we get the radar back up here in just a moment, and I will be back with you in just a few minutes.
Live from WOWT, this is a First Alert 6 weather day.
And good afternoon once again. Nick Weig here with you on this soon-to-be snowy Sunday afternoon here in the Omaha Metro. Snowy in plenty of places already and windy just about everywhere you go. We have a whole bevy of alerts out there today that we are dealing with, and we will get to those here in just a moment. But first, we want to remind you that right now, travel is not advised for high-profile vehicles just about everywhere here in eastern Nebraska, western Iowa, because of those strong winds already blowing. But that is just a part of the weather story that we're dealing with today. First, here's the winter headlines that we're dealing with. Winter weather advisory for the counties shaded in purple. Blizzard warning tonight and into the morning for the counties shaded in red. And we will show you why here in just a moment. We want to take you back out live to one of the Nebraska DOT cameras we've been watching out of David City, where the heaviest snow has let up, but it's still snowing there and it's still blowing, and it's going to be blowing for quite a while today. And you can see the dramatically reduced visibilities in that area caused by that ongoing blowing snow in that area. Now let's take you to First Alert Live radar right now and show you where that heaviest band of snow is. There you see it right there west of the metro, just beginning to move in to Douglas County, far western Douglas County. And you'll see that it is moving at a decent clip here to the east, but dropping at least 1 to 2 inches in that heavier snow band as it passes over any given area. The question now, as it's beginning to enter the metro area, is how quickly will it move through? We've already seen it develop quite a bit further south than we originally anticipated. So folks in Wilbur and Beatrice who are not under a winter weather advisory, you're still going to be dealing with some pretty difficult conditions here over the next 2 to 4 hours, because you're also going to be dealing with not only the light to moderate snow, but the heavy winds as well, as we all are. Let's go ahead and zoom in here on the metro, and you can see that band now bearing down on the radar site west of Elkhorn, and we're going to be seeing that passing through over the next hour or two through the metro and then into western Iowa. Again, the big concern with the snow totals is, will this band sort of kind of set up shop over an area like we saw here in Omaha a few weeks ago with our winter storm? We're hoping that's not going to happen, but it is a greater potential something like that could happen for some of the folks in our western Iowa counties later this afternoon and into the evening. So let's take a look at those wind gusts right now. There you see Lincoln now reporting a 51-mile-an-hour wind gust. That's the big winner here in the local area. But everyone in the 30s and 40s for wind gusts. We're going to see easily wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour or higher, especially as we move into the mid to late afternoon hours. And they're not going to be letting up much until well into tomorrow morning. So could still be some travel headaches for some people during the morning commute tomorrow. Let's go ahead and look at the statewide view, and there you see what's headed our way. 53 in North Platte, 54 miles per hour in Broken Bow, 48 in Grand Island, 60 in Hastings, and 62 in McCook. This cluster of stronger wind gusts is moving west to east and is going to cross right through our area over the next several hours. Now, of course, that is going to produce a lot of problems. Here's a look at the rough estimate of that, and you see approaching 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts for several hours here in the metro, and still well above 50 miles per hour most of the evening and into the early morning hours. So this is an issue that's not going to be letting up anytime soon, even after the snow stops falling. Now, bear with us. This will take a little bit to load here, but we want to get an updated look at area road conditions. And you can see partially covered roadways now being reported just north of Lincoln over into Wahoo and Fremont, where we've seen that snow falling. Completely covered over by the Columbus area. We were showing you Blair earlier. Obviously, some very strong winds and snow falling in that area. So these road conditions are going to continue to deteriorate. If we zoom out, I do want to mention, if you know anyone that's travel already not advised for nearly the entire portion of southwest Iowa, Sioux Falls, much of southeast South Dakota is either travel not advised or completely covered. The same goes for far northern Nebraska right now. And then we did get word from the Iowa Department of Transportation that I-35, if you know anybody that's traveling along I-35, that road is going to be shut down here between Ames and the Minnesota border. So at least 100 miles of I-35 is going to be shut down in about 2 hours in anticipation of the blizzard conditions that they're expecting there as well. So travel quickly going to become next to, if not completely impossible, over the next several hours over the upper Midwest area. The other thing we're going to be watching with these winds is the wind chill. Now, right now, things are still a little bit mild. We're at 30 degrees right now here downtown, but with those winds, it feels more like 15, and those winds are going to pick up and the temperatures are going to crash. So here's a look at the latest wind chill forecast, and there you see it, 15 right now, going below zero by tonight, and a near double digit below zero by the time you wake up in the morning. So a real problem for travel in the morning, at the very least being uncomfortable, if not still difficult in some places. Now, we're keeping an eye out on any potential travel problems. No major problems to report in the metro just yet, outside of those strong wind gusts that we've already been experiencing, but we do expect conditions to deteriorate over the next couple of hours, and we're just going to have to keep our eyes peeled for any potential problems that creates. But right now, the main concern is with the snow as it pushes through and exactly how much will fall. We've seen this strong band set up kind of northeast to southwest, approaching Lincoln right now, passing through Fremont and Wahoo, and entering the metro area here in Omaha. And it has so far continued moving at a decent clip from kind of northwest to southeast, and if that trend continues, that will keep the snow totals down. We're still looking at not much more than a couple of inches, if that, falling in the metro area, and we're hoping that that will ring true. Now, if at some point this band slows down and sets up shop over any particular area, we could see some dramatically higher snow totals. Right now, there's a possibility that could happen further to our east in our western count, or in our eastern counties in western Iowa, and that is what we're going to have to watch out for over the next several hours. But hopefully, this will blow through Omaha. We'll get a little bit of snow, which shouldn't cause any travel problems on its own, but we're going to have the problem of blowing snow with all of that wind that's out there right now. Here's a live look at David City again. We've been watching this camera because it's a good rural camera, and you can see clearly how that blowing snow is impacting visibility out there right now. That band has already moved through, and you see there it easily dropped about an inch or two of snow, and now all of that snow is blowing in the air and cutting off visibility. There is a house there in the background that you can occasionally see, but with each wind gust blowing that snow up, it becomes next to impossible to still see that. So anybody traveling in that area, obviously, as you see there with that pickup, taking it very slow, because it is very difficult to see any cross traffic coming across that roadway as motorists are trying to make their way to where they need to go on this Sunday. Now, for contrast, I want to take you out live now here to downtown Omaha. This is one of our first national downtown cameras. You can see just some light snow blowing in the wind right now, but that will change. The winds will continue to blow, the snow will pick up, and we will see additional snowfall and stronger winds over the next 3 to 6 hours here in the downtown Omaha area, as well as the greater metro. So we expect the visibility on these cameras to look more like they do right now in David City over the next 2 to 4 hours. Just taking a quick tour here through our cameras. There you see a little bit more snow falling. This is a live look from Children's, Nebraska. There you see the, I believe is that the new library that's being built? I think that might be. But there you see the snow blowing in the breeze there, rocking the camera around a little bit, and no major problems just yet in the metro, but things will continue to deteriorate over the next 1 to 3 hours. Keep touring the cameras out there. This is 90th and Dodge. You see the snow falling there as well. Traffic still moving along pretty well there. And then also we'll look at this is 144th and Dodge. There you get a better look at some of that snow that's falling. This camera I actually really like, because right there in the foreground where the cars are moving, that is an overpass over the roadway, and so that is an area where snow collects much faster than it does on the surrounding roadways, because that cold air is able to get underneath the bridge, and you'll see the snow collect on that. That's why you see all those signs about the metro area about watching out for icy conditions on bridges and overpasses. That is exactly why, and I imagine here over the next hour or so we're going to see that play out at 144th and Dodge. Finally, here's a look from the Blackstone. You see the clouds moving in, the snow not falling too much here yet downtown, but as we just saw to the west, things are beginning to pick up across the area, and we're going to be contending with that throughout the afternoon and the evening hours. All right, let's go back to live first alert radar. I've got the loop on here now so you can see that heavy snow band moving in. As we said, just approaching the radar site, moving into Wahoo and Fremont, and ultimately we'll be burning through the Omaha metro area here over the next 1 to 2 hours. I want to thank everyone that's joining us as we're live streaming on our website, on our 24/7 streaming channel, on Facebook, YouTube, and we will continue to do so here over the next several hours as conditions continue to deteriorate across the area. One other thing we're keeping an eye out for is not only are we dealing with this light to moderate snowfall, but we're dealing with some very strong wind gusts. In fact, we do have a high wind warning that's in effect for the entire area, and that will remain in effect until 1 a.m. A high wind warning for the entire area until 1 a.m. This is for wind gusts in excess of 50 to 70 miles per hour. This could produce damage on its own to trees and power lines, so we're going to be monitoring for potential power outages over the next several hours, and that could be very problematic as temperatures will be crashing at the same time, and then ultimately producing bitterly cold wind chills later tonight. And then we do have now just issued for some of our counties a cold weather advisory. These are somewhat new. This is a new, relatively new advisory system from the National Weather Service. This replaces wind chill advisories. And this is a cold weather advisory that is in effect until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And this includes the counties of Dodge, Madison, Potawatomi, and Washington counties. Cold weather advisory has now been issued for some of our northern and eastern counties. This does include the Council Bluffs area. It does not include the Omaha Metro, but regardless, it is going to be extremely cold wind chills tomorrow morning when you wake up and head out the door to your morning activities. Let's go back now to live first alert radar. And this is the latest scan we have. Again, as we've been telling you, that band is approaching the metro area, just about to reach the radar site. So we may see a little bit of distortion in it as it passes the beam, but you can see how far it stretches now. In fact, well down towards Beatrice. Beatrice and points to the west are actually not under a winter weather advisory right now, but you do have a potential here of maybe up to an inch or so of snow if that band holds firm. And behind that, you will see the same powerful winds that we're all bracing for this afternoon and this evening. Heading back to the wind gusts across the state, you can see what we're talking about. Take a look at this. Wind gusts now well over 60 miles per hour in McCook. We are seeing them begin to let up further up to the west and northwest, down into the 20s and the 30s. 54 in Goodland, Kansas, 62, as we said, in McCook, 60 in Hastings, 51 in Lincoln reported over the last hour or so. These winds are going to be swinging through the area, and we do expect wind gusts to remain well above 50 miles per hour for the foreseeable future. In fact, right now, that 50-mile-an-hour wind looks to last well into the early morning hours tonight. So really, although the peak may be coming in the next few hours, we don't expect things to let up in any significant fashion for quite some time. So the danger of power outages, the danger of downed trees is going to be a long-term issue here for the Omaha Metro and the greater area as we continue to move through the afternoon and the evening hours. We've been keeping an eye on OPPD for any updates on any potential power outages. Right now, just some very sporadic power outages being reported. We are getting some small-scale reports up in some of the Papillion area, and just some sporadic 1 to 2 customers without power in portions of the metro right now. But that could change as we continue through the afternoon hours as the snow picks up, the wind picks up, and the problems just grow from there for everybody. Let's go ahead and take a look at those road conditions again. And you see where the snow has fallen. You've got partially to mostly covered reports coming in from Nebraska. But to our east, where heavier snow has been falling, and to our north, there you see travel not advised for much of northern Iowa, as well as virtually all of southern Minnesota, eastern South Dakota. So anybody, or if you know anybody traveling in this area, it is very, very dangerous, as blizzard conditions are expected to be ongoing. We did get word from the Iowa DOT that right now they do plan on shutting down I-35. They are planning on shutting down I-35. They do plan on shutting down I-35 all the way from the Minnesota border north of Mason City, and then all the way down to the Ames area right here, where I-35 meets Highway 30. So if you know anybody traveling in that area, that roadway is going to be shut down in about 90 minutes. They're going to shut that down presumably for the rest of the night, because they already know that it is going to be next to impossible to get anything cleared as the winds are blowing, and until they let up much later in the day tomorrow. Right now, for the metro, road conditions remain relatively good. We're getting some reports of partially covered roadways now just to our north and west. In the greater Bennington area, we're also getting reports of partially covered roadways just west of Elkhorn as well, where the heavier snow has begun to fall. I can tell you, looking out the windows here in downtown Omaha, I can see much more blowing snow as the snow rates are beginning to pick up here as well. So this is just kind of the beginning of it for us here in the metro as we move through the next several hours. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to share them in our live chat on YouTube, in the comment section on this post on Facebook as well. We're also streaming to you on our 24/7 channel, as well as our newscast channel as well. So if you just want to know what's going on, or you just need to check in, or if you see something that you want to report, feel free to do that in our chat or our comment section on these posts. Let's take a quick look again out there here in downtown Omaha. There you see barely making out the snow on our First National downtown cam right now as we're moving into the afternoon hours. But as we head a little further to the west, you can see more snow falling. This is from Children's, Nebraska. You can see the camera rocking around in the wind. Next, we'll take you over to 90th and Dodge, and there you see the flakes continuing to fall. As still a lot of people out on the roadways, hopefully on their way home at this point, as things will only get worse from here over the next several hours. And then finally, let's take you out to 144th and Dodge, and there you see the snow falling at a bit of a heavier clip. And again, we'll be watching this camera because, as you see, especially on that overpass there where the cars are driving over the highway, you're going to see that fill up with snow faster than anywhere else, and that is going to be producing some slick conditions. And then finally, back here at the Blackstone, taking a look at downtown, you can kind of make out some of the blowing snow as the winds are picking up and the snow is falling a little faster out to our west. And we're going to see, especially these cameras higher up, we're going to be seeing visibilities reduced dramatically, if not completely altogether, over the next hour or so. All right, let's go back live now to First Alert Radar as we're monitoring that band now moving through and about to bear down on the metro area. We're already getting deteriorating road conditions in western Douglas County right now, and awaiting reports from some of the other outlying areas where the snow has fallen. In fact, we've really been keeping an eye on this camera at David City to see if conditions are going to improve now that the main line of snow has moved out, and frankly, they haven't. The stronger winds are still on their way. There you see the snow blowing over the roadway in front of those trees. Traffic at times has been slowed quite a bit as visibility now is obviously better than it was about an hour ago, but still every now and then when we take this camera, we see it greatly reduced when those wind gusts do pick up. So travel becoming much more difficult right now across the area, and will continue to do so over the next several hours. Back out to the radar now as we continue to monitor this line. And I want to show you one thing that we're going to keep an eye on is down to the south here, Lincoln and Point South. Beatrice is not under a winter weather advisory, but we're seeing this snow band begin to continue to push further south than initially thought. So some of these areas may not hit winter weather advisory snowfall. I mean, 1 to 2 inches at most, but with the wind blowing out there, we could see deteriorating road conditions even beyond the winter weather advisory. In fact, let's take a look at that right now. These are the advisories that we have in effect right now. Blizzard warning for the counties shaded in red, and winter weather advisory for the counties shaded in purple. You see Beatrice, again, not under any weather alerts at least, but there is a high wind warning in effect for all of these counties. And so any snow that falls, even outside of the advisory area, is going to be blowing around and is going to be a significant problem. Of course, we're not the only ones dealing with this major storm. You see blizzard warnings all the way from central Nebraska up to the upper panhandle of Michigan and into Canada. Otherwise, winter storm warnings for much of southern Wisconsin, almost the entire state of Iowa, with the exception of our most southwestern Iowa counties now under a blizzard warning, as heavier snow expected in those areas that will be blowing around in these 50, 60, maybe even 70 mile an hour wind gusts that we're going to experience over the next couple of hours here in the Omaha metro area. In fact, let's take a look at the latest wind gust reports here into us. And we have seen some stronger gusts picking up in the Lincoln area. The top gust reported at 51 miles per hour, otherwise 30 to 40, high 40 mile an hour wind gusts. But out to our west, the heavier winds are still on their way. As you see, wind gusts reported at McCook, 62 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour in Hastings, and 50 miles per hour and more in Broken Bow and North Platte. Lincoln also, again, reporting that 51 mile per hour wind gusts. The official forecast for the metro on these winds is they will remain very strong throughout the evening and into the early morning hours. Here you see the next 12 hours or so, and we're looking at wind gusts every hour in excess of 50 miles per hour. So that is going to be a major problem with fresh snow, albeit not that much, hopefully, that will be blowing around in the wind, reducing visibilities. Rural areas will be especially vulnerable to that, and it will just be a very, very unpleasant time. In fact, the DOT was already posting on the traffic signs that travel is not advised for high-profile vehicles. So anybody with a large box truck or semi that may be empty, that is going to be a very, very difficult travel situation for the next 12 to 16 hours here in the Omaha metro area. Again, there you see the winter weather advisory in effect for the counties shaded in blue. That will remain in effect until 9 o'clock tonight, but that blizzard warning for our eastern and northernmost counties in Iowa will remain in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The snow will be long gone by then, but the wind will still be howling, possibly in that blizzard warning area over 50 miles per hour sustained, well into the blizzard criteria with the additional snowfall they're expecting in those areas. There's the latest radar loop for you. As we're watching that band continue to slowly make its way from west to east. And that is what we're going to be watching. We're hoping that it will maintain its velocity here and get through the area as quickly as possible and keep those snow totals down. Now that the blowing snow has begun here downtown and through much of the metro area, that will continue to increase in intensity over the next 30 to 45 minutes as the heaviest of the band comes through, and then hopefully exits out of here, and we just have to deal with the damaging winds and the light to moderate snow for a few hours. Because if that band doesn't get out of here quickly, we may be on the higher side of that 1 to 2 inch to possibly 3 inch estimate. But if it can get out of here, we'll keep those snow totals as low as possible, and hopefully that will tamper down some of the hazards produced by the wind tonight. But still, going to be difficult no matter what. as that snow, it won't be how much that falls that's the problem, is that it's the fact that it's going to be blowing around for several hours that will become the problem. And especially in rural areas, even in the daytime, visibilities can get reduced to zero very quickly, and that will be a significant problem over the next several hours. So this is, the radar is going to tell the story here over the next few hours as to how severe the impacts are going to be for any given area. We've seen the David City area already dealing with that blowing snow, and other areas getting hit as well. So we're going to tell you what, I think we're going to take a break here for just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and leave the radar up for you, and we will be back with you in just a few minutes. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to share them in our live YouTube chat or the Facebook comment section on this post. We'd love to hear your questions, or let us know what you see. If you're seeing zero visibility or heavy snow, or if you're able to get a decent snow measurement despite the winds, let us know, because we want to find out exactly what's happening out there and pass that along to everyone joining us here on the live stream. So again, we'll take about a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with you in just a moment.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 weather day.
And good afternoon once again. Nick Weig here with you at the alert desk here at First Alert 6. We are monitoring the winter storm that we're tackling this afternoon, not just because of the snow, but because of the heavy winds out there as well that are going to linger long after the snow is gone. And so that's what we're going to focus on right now. So let's take you out now live to First Alert radar, and you can see the heavy band now bearing down on the Omaha metro area as the snow is beginning to pick up here in the downtown district here at Blackstone. And we are going to be seeing that snow continue to pick up over the next 20 to 40 minutes here across the metro area before hopefully it begins to move out, and maybe we'll get this snow to let up. But we're going to obviously be monitoring how this moves through the area and what happens to the snow behind it, as we're seeing a little bit of redevelopment along I-80 west of the Lincoln area. Did get a comment from one of our followers on YouTube asking, is it going to be bad in Omaha? Well, bad is relative, I would say. If you're going to be traveling, it's bad. If you're going to stay home and just relax, not so bad. This is a good day to have some nice indoor activities, but what we're expecting to happen, the snow is already falling here in Omaha. It is going to pick up in intensity from west to east, and we could see a brief burst of snow of 1 to maybe even 2 inches of snow. But the problem is, as the snow begins to let up, we're going to see some very powerful winds behind it, and we're already seeing strong winds, and they're only going to get stronger from here. In fact, right now, the latest wind gust from Omaha is 44 miles per hour, 46 in Wahoo, 51 miles per hour in Lincoln, and 48 miles per hour in Columbus. But if we zoom this out, take a look at the statewide reports and beyond. There you see it, 62 in McCook, Hastings down to 56 after reporting a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, 53 in North Platte, 52 in Broken Bow, 45 in O'Neill. So right here, 54 in Norfolk now. So these winds are going to be picking up, and they're going to be lasting for quite a while, in fact, into the early morning hours. If we project this out a little bit, take a look at this. The peak winds hopefully will be done within the next couple of hours, but they're not really going to subside much, if at all, until we get till well past 1 a.m. Still, wind gusts expected to top 50 miles per hour here in the metro area. So it's going to be bad for motorists, absolutely. But if your plans keep you indoors, I think your biggest concern indoors is just the potential for any power outages in the area. Because of the winds, these winds, snow or otherwise, are going to be strong enough to produce the potential of down trees and power lines, and that will be a problem we're monitoring. Right now, no widespread outages reported by OPPD. That's the good news, but we did hear reports from some people that their power was flickering, and so that is likely to continue as these winds are going to be with us here for some time. I know over on TikTok, some of our followers were asking if this is going to reach further to the east. In the future, perhaps the East Coast, but right now the focus is on the upper Midwest. And the good news is, for us here, at least in the metro area, we're going to be dodging the worst of this. Take a look at what they're expecting to our north and east. We're under a winter weather advisory, which will remain in effect, I believe, until 9 o'clock tonight. 9 o'clock tonight, that's right. Winter weather advisory for the county shaded in purple until 9. But then out east and north, the blizzard warning is in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And that is because they're looking at much more significant snowfall and with those blowing winds, and it is going to be producing virtually impossible travel in many places. In fact, I-35 in central Iowa from Ames up to the Minnesota border will be shut down at 3 o'clock. So in just over an hour, a huge stretch of I-35 will be shut down. And while we're talking about that, let's take a look at some of the traffic reports we're getting. We're starting to get some slowdowns reported in the Wahoo area, where the snow has already come down quite a bit, as well as near Fremont and North Bend. Not surprising to see that at this hour. Road conditions have deteriorated quite quickly across the area as that burst of snow falls. It does take a little while for the map to pop up here for us, so bear with me. If we zoom out on here, we'll see the latest reports that have come in shortly. It looks like we're getting an update. There we go. We'll zoom this in a little bit. There you see partially covered roadways reported between Wahoo and Lincoln, over by Elkhorn as well, already deteriorating, and completely covered further out to the west where the heavier band has moved through. Overall, road conditions should hopefully stay relatively okay, but the problem again is going to be where the snow is blowing and the visibility in those areas. That is what we're going to be monitoring over the next several hours. So let's take you on a little tour of the metro here. Oh, actually, I believe, yep, we lost the David City camera. That one's been going in and out all day, so we're gonna skip past that. Let's go live outside from our first national sky cam. There you see the snow falling downtown, picking up quite a bit from earlier this afternoon, and visibility, as you see there in the background, really beginning to get reduced here in the heart of the downtown district. This is another look from First National, and there you see the snow falling with the Woodman Life building in the foreground. And let's go now to, this is Children's, Nebraska, and this gives you an idea of that visibility quickly becoming reduced as that snow is falling and the wind continues to blow. Now, right now it's 30 degrees here in the metro area, but we're going to see temperatures plunge over the next several hours, and wind chills ultimately will go below 0 with all of the wind that's blowing out there right now. Next, let's take a stop at 90th and Dodge. There you see the snow falling there as well. Travel moving okay for the moment as the winds aren't causing too much of a problem. And then there you see some of the heavier snow at 144th and Dodge. Still travel moving okay as the roads remain wet, but we're going to watch that as you see. While all of the roadways and the highways appear wet, if you look at that bridge over the highway there, you see the snow beginning to collect. And that's because when you get those overpasses or bridges, that cold air gets underneath it because there's no ground underneath it. And so it becomes easier for the snow to prevent the snow from melting and begin collecting on the roadway. And the more that collects, the more blowing snow we're going to see over the next few hours. So we're going to be monitoring that, especially here in the metro. Of course, the most difficult conditions are going to be in the rural parts of the viewing area where there's really nothing to block that wind from blowing. And let's see if we can get one of our cameras back up here. These DOT cameras may have some signal issues with the wind whipping around out there. Yeah, this one that we're trying to pull up appears to be down right now. Let's try a different one. I think we've got a camera working here in the Waterloo area, so let's see if we can get that one up here for you. You can't make it out too well, but this is a live Nebraska DOT camera at Highway 275 over 64 at Waterloo. And on the right-hand side, you can just make out those light poles on the highway and some headlights there driving down the road. This is all of that blowing snow and that heavier band of snow falling. This camera, and you can see, especially out in those rural areas, visibility is almost 0. Really can't see much of anything. Very, very poor visibilities out there right now because of that blowing snow that is building up on area roadways. So again, this is a live look at the Waterloo area near Highway 275 where visibility is greatly reduced. So if you know anybody out on the roadways, the best advice is to take it slow, give yourself plenty of space, and get to your destination safely, and consider sticking around for a while. The wind's going to be blowing for quite a while. Hopefully visibilities will get a little bit better once the snow stops falling, but the powerful winds are going to be with us for quite some time. And so that is why we've got the live stream up with you this afternoon as we are tracking this wind and this snowfall that is barreling through the Omaha metro area this afternoon. Again, if you have any questions for us, feel free to share them in the chat. We have our chat going on our live stream on YouTube and our comment section on the live stream on our Facebook page as well. We are also streaming on our 24/7 channel and on our website if you want to watch us there. And we want to thank everyone for joining us. We really are hoping to provide you more information during storms like this that doesn't necessitate cutting off any of our programming, but we still want to give you up-to-the-minute information as soon as it comes in so you know what's going on if you need to venture out at any point today. And the best advice right now is if you don't have to venture out, stay home. The fewer cars out there, the better. Road crews are going to have a very difficult time clearing this because it's just going to blow back over areas that they cleaned up right after they pass by. So we'll do a quick reset here and let you know where things stand right now. We'll begin with the headlines of the hour. Winter weather advisory in effect until, I believe, 9 o'clock tonight for the counties shaded here in purple. Winter weather advisory for 1 to 3 inches of snow and those powerful winds blowing it around as it's falling. And then further to our north and east, we have that blizzard warning in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. This does include the Denison and Carroll areas as well as Harlan. This is for heavier snow falling and blowing, which may make travel in these areas next to, if not impossible. So a very serious storm playing out across the upper Midwest, and we are certainly not alone in dealing with this. As we zoom the map out here, you can see most of Iowa under a blizzard warning, much of South Dakota, northern Nebraska, Minnesota, Wisconsin also under blizzard warnings. So this is going to be a very large, widespread event across our area, and fortunately the hope is we will see the lower side of the snow, and that will keep the impacts, especially moving into tomorrow morning, as minimal as possible. But again, that winter weather advisory is still in effect until 9 o'clock, and then also a high wind warning still in effect until well into tomorrow that we're going to have to keep in mind. Let's look again here at Live First Alert Radar. We'll zoom in on the metro. You see that band just now reaching the Elkhorn area, moving closer into the heart of downtown Omaha, approaching the I-80 corridor, hitting the I-80 corridor, in fact, now in the Lincoln area. And it will be bearing down on us here shortly, really reducing visibility more than it already has with those powerful winds blowing through. And then the winds will continue to blow over the next several hours, even after the snow is gone. Zooming out, you can see that heavy band that is set up across the area. So here is that heavy band that we're talking about right there. And it has developed quite a bit to the south, which we weren't really expecting. So areas like Wilbur, Beatrice, south of Lincoln could still see 1 to 2 inches of snow, even though they're not in the winter weather advisory. But again, this is where the heaviest snow is going to be. So far, it's shown no signs of slowing down or setting up shop anywhere. That's the good news. So hopefully we'll keep those snow totals down below the 3-inch mark. But the same may not be the case for our counties further east. Atlantic, Red Oak could see slightly higher totals, and that is going to produce additional problems for them as well. There you see a wider view of the extent of this band and still a fair amount of light to moderate snow building up on the back side of it. Hopefully it will get out of here. The low pressure system that's responsible for this is getting stronger, getting deeper, but the bad news is that also means that will help produce those powerful winds that we're going to be dealing with this afternoon as this entire system cycles through. Now let's look at the latest wind gusts across the area. There you see Lincoln at 44. They were up above 50 earlier. Now we have a 53 mile an hour report from Tacoma that just came in, 54 miles per hour in Norfolk. If we look at the statewide map, you can see, look at this, Hastings now reporting a 68 mile per hour wind gust. 60 in McCook. Those are quite stronger than just a little while ago. And that is the kind of wind we can expect in our area here later this afternoon, as these powerful winds will swing through the area on the backside of this heavy snow band. In fact, take a look at the forecast heading into tomorrow morning. Wind gusts will remain well above 50 miles an hour all night long and then into the morning hours, and that is going to create a problem for area roadways that are already deteriorating across the area. Bear with us here. This is a lot of information that the computer's processing, so it takes a little while to draw the map. There we go. And you can see conditions continuing to deteriorate, likely in the metro area now, and then a large swath of Nebraska reporting partially to completely covered roadways from that snow and blowing snow. Of course, where the heavier snow is, bigger problems to our north and east. Travel not advised for much of northern Iowa. I-35 from Ames to Minnesota is going to be shut down in 1 hour as they anticipate that snow and wind to move through. We hopefully won't see anything like that here, but travel conditions are already becoming difficult, and they're just going to get worse from here for the next several hours. Kevin in Lincoln says 55 mile per hour winds right now, and the temperature just dropped to 27. Yeah, those temperatures, and Kevin also did mention that it's snowing really hard in Lincoln. Yeah, those temperatures are going to be crashing pretty quickly. By late tonight, tomorrow morning, our wind chills will be well below zero, and by the time you wake up tomorrow, we could see wind chills in the double digits below zero. So it's going to be difficult out there. So Kevin, thanks for that report on our YouTube channel. 55 mile an hour wind gusts. The official report 51 in Lincoln, but certainly higher amounts or higher gusts wherever you are in that area are very possible for the next several hours. All right, we'll go ahead and put the radar back up here. Now we'll get the radar back up here. Here we go. And we'll see if we can get any more of the traffic cameras to cooperate with us. So as we showed you earlier, just to the northwest of the metro area, this is a live look from Highway 275 in the Waterloo area, and occasionally you can tell there's a roadway there when a car goes by. There you might see in the center of your screen some of the headlights coming towards the camera. Otherwise, visibility extremely reduced by the snow band and the heavy winds in that area. So very, very, very poor visibility as this heavy snow is now moving through the area. All right, let's see if we can find another camera here that might get us a better view. We're trying to get a shot from the DOT camera in Elkhorn. Let's see if this is going to work. Yeah, there you see that heavy snow falling right now in Elkhorn. Also blowing around in the wind. We're getting a very intermittent signal from this camera. We expect that with the windy conditions out there that it's going to be a little temperamental. But there you see visibility a little bit better in town, but that heavy snow is now falling across the metro area, and we do expect it to continue for a little while, and those winds will be with us here for quite a while. So you do see the snow beginning to collect on the side of the roadways and, of course, on the grassy areas that are much colder, but this is going to be an ongoing problem here for the next several hours. Again, this is a live look from the Nebraska Department of Transportation in Elkhorn at the maintenance yard there of the heavy snow that is now falling and impacting roads there. Here's what it looks like downtown from First National. The snow's picked up, the wind has picked up. Up there, at least for now, the visibilities are pretty good. But if we take a look at some of the lower cameras, take a look at Children's Nebraska, and boy, this is quite a bit different from just a few minutes ago, as visibility is greatly reduced as that snow and blowing snow is really causing some visibility problems. Roadways likely doing pretty well, but again, visibility is going to continue to drop, as well as the temperatures across the area. Let's go a little further out. This is 90th and Dodge. You see the snow falling there and the wind knocking the camera around a little bit. And then finally out at 144th and Dodge. And this is what we were talking about. This is one of those winter events that this camera really shows how warmer roads that are on top of warmer ground take a little bit longer for the snow to collect. But look at the overpass there. You see that truck turning left and leaving the tracks. Because it's an elevated surface, the air underneath it is colder, and so the snow is able to begin collecting much sooner. So that's a classic example of why you see all the signs on the roadways saying, be careful, watch out for icy conditions on bridges and overpasses. That is exactly why, because the snow will collect there much faster, and you may not be prepared for it as you're used to the just the wetter roads surrounding it. But once you get that cold air underneath it, the snow will begin to collect much faster than on the surrounding road surfaces. So a great example of that from the 144th and Dodge Skycam. Now let's head back downtown here to the Blackstone, and you can see that visibility we noticed in the distance getting worse and worse, and we're seeing it kind of trickle closer and closer to us here at the Blackstone. And we're going to see that continue to worsen as the heavier snow and the heavier winds continue to push this way. I'm fearing we're going to lose this camera, so I want to go back to Elkhorn just a moment because it's cutting in and out, and I don't know how long we'll have it here with the winds picking up. But there you see that heavy, heavy snow falling in the Elkhorn area right now, and visibility being impacted. But again, because of all of the structures, the urban areas may fare a little bit better. The rural areas are going to have a real problem. We saw that up by David City earlier when this snow band moved through. We couldn't really see anything other than blowing snow. Hopefully things will be a little bit better here in the metro area, but still going to be difficult for the next several hours because of the snow and the powerful winds that could not only blow the snow around, but also produce some tree and power line damage leading to outages. All right, we'll go back to First Alert radar here live and show you where the snow is right now. We'll zoom in on the metro here, and there you see that band now bearing down on the 680 corridor here, passing right over Elkhorn as we just showed you on the Skycam, and now entering from the west, hopefully burning through here in the next hour or two, not lasting very long, but we'll still be contending with several hours of light to moderate snow, along with those powerful winds that are going to last well after this main band is gone. Here's a look at the live image right now. There you see where that is. And when we zoom out, you can see that it stretches across our entire area, all the way up into northwest Iowa, back just passing through Lincoln down to Beatrice. And so this is the area where we're expecting 1 to 2 inches of snow, hopefully not much more after this band is gone. But the wind is going to compound the problems tonight. And there is a concern that for our easternmost counties in western Iowa that the snow totals could end up being a little bit higher as this band increases in intensity and size later this afternoon. Again, we're keeping tabs on OPBD as well to see if there's any updates on power outages. No major outages to report right now. Some sporadic outages here in the metro area as the winds have been blowing for some time now, but just very small scale localized outages so far. That's the good news. Hopefully that will hold, but we do have a long ways to go now with the wind, and that will be a concern here for some time. Now, as we mentioned, beyond the winter headlines, we also have wind headlines. This is a high wind warning in effect for the entire area until 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, as these winds are going to be with us in upwards of 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts until at least the early morning hours. And so whatever snow does fall is going to be blowing around for some time, and that is going to cause some visibility problems and possibly some travel problems well into the morning hours that we're going to have to contend with. Here's a look at the latest wind gusts across the area. As we mentioned, 51 now being reported in Falls City, 38 in Plattsmouth, 48 officially here in Omaha, but we have seen some higher gusts. And if we zoom out, we're getting some really intense gusts further west. 68 miles per hour reported in Hastings, 56 in Grand Island, 52 in Broken Bow, 60 in McCook, 58 in Concordia. This is all going to be swinging through the area over the next several hours, causing a lot of headaches for the metro area and anybody that's venturing out this afternoon. Let's go back now to First Alert Radar. As you see, the band still making progress through Douglas County and the metro area, and we're going to be monitoring this with our family of sky cams as this pushes through the area. And hopefully, if you had any plans for today, you were either able to postpone them or already get them in this morning, because travel is not going to get much better from here at this point. As the snow continues to pick up and the wind continues to pick up over the next several hours. Back out live again to Elkhorn, where that heavy snow is still falling, and camera's getting a little sporadic in the winds, but you see the intensity of that snow as the winds are picking up, and it's seeing a bit of blowing snow on there, but at least here in the metro area, not impacting visibility terribly, but that can certainly change in an instant if some of these higher wind gusts do come in. This is up in the Sioux City area where things are looking a little bit better right now. I believe that image is a little bit old. We'll go back around the horn here in the metro area. This is our sky cam at First National. As the snow continues to fall, the visibility continues to degrade. The other side of First National, there you see similar conditions, obviously. But as we take a look at Children's, Nebraska, this has just been getting worse and worse. In fact, it's very, very hard to see the roadway anymore. I'm going to see if I can get this camera. Well, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that right now. But occasionally you can see some of the headlights there, and but visibility very negligible now. It's just been getting worse by the minute over the last half hour. As we continue our tour here, let's go to 90th and Dodge, where the snow continues to fall. And you can see visibility getting worse as you see some of the blowing snow very prominent in front of those trees there in the background. And then as we take a look further at 144th and Dodge, the snow really picking up, that heavy band impacting them now. Snow beginning to collect on all areas of the roadway, but especially that where you see the cars traveling right now on that overpass where it has that colder air underneath it. I can tell you outside our studios here right now, it is horizontal snow in downtown Omaha as the wind is whipping it through, and the rate of snow has certainly begun to pick up here in the downtown area. In fact, let's take a look at the camera here at Blackstone, and from this height we can see as the visibility continues to erode in the distance, and the blowing snow get closer and closer to our area, and you can kind of see just above the lower third there, you can see some of the blowing snow in the foreground here downtown as the system is, the heavier snow is now bearing down on us here along Farnham Street. Back now to First Alert Radar, we'll go ahead and zoom out and show you where the extent of the snow is falling right now. And again, that band now making its way through. hopefully as quickly as possible, as it certainly is a very intense band, could be producing up to 1 inch an hour of snow. And hopefully that's about as long as it will stay in our area, and we'll just deal with the lingering snow for the rest of the afternoon and evening. But we're also going to be contending with those powerful winds as well. Again, we want to thank everyone that's joining us on our various social platforms. We're streaming to you live on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. We're also on our 24/7 streaming channel, as well as on our website. And hopefully you're able to keep tabs on the weather to your liking as we try and keep up to date on the radar and the road conditions. If you have any information on what's happening where you live, or are able to make a measurement or anything along those lines, feel free to share the information with us. You can share it in our live chat on our YouTube channel, the comment section of this stream on our Facebook page as well. And we'd love to hear what you guys are seeing out there as the storm continues to be moving through the area. Going to check on something here on the radar. We have been getting some reports I want to check out. Wind gust of 58 miles per hour in Norfolk. 58 miles per hour in Aurora. These are the winds we're going to see blow through the area today over the next couple of hours. And that is why we have this winter weather advisory, not just for the snow, but for the wind that's going to be blowing it around, producing difficult driving conditions. There's also a high wind warning in effect until tomorrow morning. And then further to our north and east, where snow totals are expected to be heavier, they're all under a blizzard warning until tomorrow morning. So this is going to be with us here for a while as we continue to move through this winter storm system. Checking on some power outages reports that are coming in. Still very sporadic outages reported from OPPD. We are getting some outage reports further to the north of some minor power outages in Pierce County and in Dixon County. But so far, no major widespread outages are being reported anywhere. That's the good news, at least for now. We're getting some outages reported in York County as well, just a few dozen there. And hopefully, as long as those stay relatively small, most of them can be dealt with quickly by authorities and by the power crews that are going to try and do all they can in these conditions, but it's not going to be easy, that's for sure. We're also getting some reports of some possible damage in the Neola area. We'll zoom in on that area here for you. Now, the heaviest snow hasn't affected that area, but of course the winds have been going for some time. There you see Neola up by the 880-80 interchange in western Iowa. Winds have been with us for some time, and they're only going to get stronger from here. No report on what brought the poles down, if it was wind or could be any other cause, could be part of a crash or some other incident. But again, we'll keep an eye on those outages for you. We are getting some larger outage reports in Page County in far southwest Iowa. About 280 customers without power there, no reason for the cause. But about 280 without power now, according to Southwest Iowa REC. I believe we may be getting some new updates from OPPD here. Yes, we are getting some confirmations of outages in the Omaha area now. About 780 customers now without power, according to OPPD. Checking on the locations of those, a lot of them appear to be some of them are out in the near the 680-80 interchange. We also have some power outages being reported near Union in southeast Nebraska. Right now, the heaviest outage appears to be reported near the Interstate 680 area along West Center Road. Approximately 700 customers are now without power in that area around 680 and West Center Road in Omaha. This would include areas around South 109th Street, South 114th Street, Francis Street. A lot of outages reported in that area right now. No official word on the cause, but obviously with the snow and wind, anything, either a power line could have come down or a tree may have hit it. But again, pretty safe to assume that the wind may have played some kind of role in that. More than 700 now without power near West Center Road at 680, Interstate 680. That coming in from OPPD just a little while ago. Let's go ahead and zoom the map back out here for you. And there you see that heavy band still moving through the metro right now. 680 and 80 not looking good. We'll go ahead and take another tour here of our live cameras. That's actually Sioux City. We'll get past that one here. So we'll start downtown again. Here's a look at one of the cameras from First National. You see visibility greatly reduced now, even that high up. And look from the other side of First National. But as we head out to Children's, Nebraska, and you can't see anything there at all right now. I'm not even sure I can make anything out here on a bigger screen. Boy, you can just see the flakes flying in front of the camera, but otherwise there is really nothing to make out on the camera at Children's, Nebraska. Let's head out to 90th and Dodge, I believe, and there you see the snow and the blowing snow really picking up there. You can really rocking the camera around. So very difficult conditions out there. Is visibility. There you see a big gust coming through and blowing that snow around quite a bit. Again, that's at 90th and Dodge. Let's go out to 144th and Dodge. And there you see that heavy snow falling. And then finally we'll come back here to Blackstone And yeah, you see visibility even higher up, greatly reduced. The worst visibility, of course, is going to be on the ground where that snow is blowing around, and you can see that in the distance, where those blowing snow clouds are really cutting down on visibility. You can also make that the snow is collecting on the roadways now, which is of concern. But obviously, very difficult conditions out there. If we go back to Children's, Nebraska, and see if it's any different, no, we still can't really make anything out on the camera right now, other than the flakes flying in front of it and the wind blowing. But really can't see much of anything on the camera there. And if we take a look back at 90th and Dodge, really gives you a look at the wind out there, blowing that snow around and reducing that visibility. Even here in the more urban areas where there's some buildings and other objects to block some of the wind. If it's this bad here in Omaha, I can't imagine what it's like in the more rural areas right now. But we have shown you in David City, as well as out in Elkhorn, how bad it can be at times as this snow blows through. All right, let's go back now to live First Alert radar. We'll back it out here and show you the extent of this band, a really fine, tight band of heavier snowfall, stretching almost to Beatrice, fortunately letting up there, but really picking up here in the Omaha area, bearing down on the downtown area, right over 680 right now, and just kind of tracking along Highway 6, and eventually it'll be heading through I-80 here. That is going to greatly reduce visibility on those roadways for anybody that's venturing out right now. I just want to take a quick peek here. And there you see officially traffic not reporting any major slowdowns. Hopefully we can accredit some of that to people staying off area roadways. But as we take a look at the latest road conditions, and forgive me, this will take a little while to load here, but we should see these beginning to degrade even more. It's going to take it just a moment here to get those graphics loaded. There we go. No official reports from the Omaha area, as it still reads normal, but obviously, judging by the cameras, that is no longer the case. But partially to mostly covered in areas that are reporting right now, and the heaviest issues right now, well to our north, thankfully, in northern Iowa, where travel is not advised over a large area where blizzard conditions are ongoing, and I-35 is expected to be closed here in just about 30 minutes from Ames to Minnesota. So fortunately not dealing with anything that serious here, although we are getting some more completely covered reports between Woodbine and Ottawa in western Iowa, completely covered over by Columbus, and then I-80 from Lincoln, almost Omaha reported as partially covered. And we are seeing the roadways becoming snow covered here in Omaha, but these reports are just a little dated. So I'm glad we're able to give you those live pictures from our Skycams to show you what's happening. Again, a winter weather advisory is in effect until 9 o'clock tonight for the counties shaded in purple. Blizzard warning in effect until tomorrow morning for the counties shaded in red. I guess if you want some good news, Mark has got a little bit here for us. Sun is finally breaking through the clouds here in Kearney. It is still cold and windy here with 35-mile-per-hour north winds. Mark, thanks for that report. Yeah, the winds are going to remain strong. In fact, we're still expecting gusts upwards of more than 50 miles an hour here in the metro, at least until the early morning hours. And so that's going to be a problem with the blowing snow. Hopefully not as bad here in the metro, but in the more open areas, that could be still a problem come tomorrow morning during the morning commute. But unpleasant conditions just about everywhere you go right now as the snow continues to fall, and the wind will be blowing for the rest of the night at least, if not longer. So obviously not an ideal situation to be venturing out. Even if the roads aren't impassable, it's not going to be ideal. I'm going to give you another look now. Let's take a look at, I believe this is I-80 at 60th Street. And there you see the heavy snow coming down and blowing around, just beginning to collect kind of on the shoulder of the road there. But this is going to continue to deteriorate. You know, some of the roadways may fare better than others, especially those that are elevated and have areas where the snow can collect and possibly stay out of the wind a little bit. But then you also have the areas where it will be easier for it to blow around and collect. And that will be a problem throughout the area into the morning hours. Again, if we go back to Children's, Nebraska here, not looking much better, just we can see more snow falling right now, but no visibility there to speak of. We move out to 90th and Dodge, and it's a little more of the same as every time a big gust of wind comes through, we see a cloud of snow blast through and really cut down on the visibilities. And at 144th and Dodge right now, there you see the snow collecting on the overpass especially, but traffic still moving at a decent clip, but that wind is still blowing that snow around as it's passing through the metro. Back out now live to First Alert Radar. There you see the heaviest band punching its way through, entering or bearing down on Plattsmouth, coming into the metro downtown area right now. We'll zoom in on that here. We'll switch over to the live radar for you. And there you see that heavy band stretching all the way through the area, now exiting the Millard area and entering Ralston, La Vista, in the downtown area. It's right along the 680 corridor heading down to I-80. And some heavier pockets in there as well. So very, very heavy snowfall, hopefully only lasting for about 15 minutes or so. But even behind this, we're going to be dealing with some light to moderate snowfall for several hours as the winds continue to pick up across the area. Take a look now and see if we're getting any updated wind gusts. Now a confirmed 52 mile an hour wind gust here in Omaha, 52 miles per hour. That is among the top. Norfolk reporting a 54 mile an hour wind gust. And then as we zoom out to the rest of the state, we're seeing reports of 64 in Hastings, 60 in McCook, 63 now in Grand Island. That's a new topper for them today. 51 in Falls City. So a lot of wind still out there that we're going to have to let blow through here over the next several hours, even after the snow begins to let up. In fact, take a look at the forecast right now, and still above 50 miles an hour all night long until we get to the early morning hours. So that is why that high wind warning is going to remain in effect until tomorrow morning. And we will see conditions continue to deteriorate here across the metro. We'll go back now to First Alert Radar. We're going to take a bit of a break here, and we'll leave the radar loop up for you. If you have any questions, feel free to share them in the chat on our Facebook page. If you go to the live stream and leave them in our comment page. Also, if you are watching us on YouTube, you can ask a question or let us know what you're seeing in our live chat as well. We really appreciate the reports. And also make sure you like these videos and subscribe to our channel. It's a great way to support our efforts here. And you can also on YouTube hit that bell and get alerts for every time that we go live with any breaking or developing news or weather here on First Alert 6 streaming. So for now, we're going to take a break. Again, I'll leave the radar up for you, and we will be back with you shortly with another update. Until then, I'm Nick Weig from the Alert Center. camera. And you're on
Perfect.
camera.
Okay, and this is like still going. Yeah, this is still going. Okay.
Go ahead. You're live.
Okay. Here, no, just gotta. There you go. Yep. Because
There you go.
I'm the kind of person where I prefer standing than sitting.
You're good.
If I sit, I feel like slouching. All right, I'm just kind of that person. All right. Good. All right. Let's just do this real quick. Oh, this is
You are live.
the mic is unmuted. See, this just shows how I'm just not good with technology. All right, folks. So meteorologist Bo Fogel here, kind of giving you the update on this heavy snow band that's impacting the metro. Looking outside, I can see the windows. It is really bad outside. The wind is blowing the snow around really, really badly. Visibility very low. Gonna go ahead and give you the radar right now over the area. Why? Okay, this one. This is the one I need. There we go. Okay, so just want to give you a metro look of the radar. You notice that dark blue right there? That is heavy snow moving through downtown as we speak. And looking outside, it is really, really bad, folks. I mean, this is heavy snow. This is going to probably be, this thin line of snow is going to bring most of the snowfall for this afternoon and evening hours. We could see an inch or two just from that thin snow line coming through. But then if we zoom out a little bit, you see that it really calms down very quickly. So I'll show you an outlook of how long this thin line will be impacting the area, and also give a heads up to western Iowa as this is heading your guys' way. So I'm going to make sure I have the correct properties put in. Okay, so we looked. This thin line of snow is moving at about 19 to 20 miles per hour, which is a pretty good speed. So fortunately, it's not expected to last too long here in Omaha, but it is going to cause a lot of snowfall. So here, and it's moving eastward. So we'll see right there. All right, so here are the times. As you can see that the thin line of heavy snow is impacting the Omaha area as we speak. It should wrap up in the next 10 minutes or so. And then here are the estimated times for communities east of the this thin line of heavy snow. You see, these are the estimated times. So if you're in Plattsmouth, this is going to be hitting you in the next next 30 minutes or so. Same thing for Carroll, it's going to be a little bit later. But you see, all these communities are expected to be impacted by this thin line of heavy snow over the next hour or two. So I definitely recommend heading home. If you're planning on running some quick errands before this thin line of snow comes in, I would recommend doing it now before it arrives. This is pretty significant. I mean, the visibility is horrendous outside. Let me show you the camera real quick of what I'm talking about. This is downtown Omaha, and look at this. Visibility, it's like a blizzard outside. It is horrible outside to drive in this. I mean, coming to work, I had to really slow down, folks, because those winds are blowing that snow around, causing this visibility issue. Here's I-80 near 60th Street exit. You see that the roads are okay. It's just the visibility is the problem, and the winds blowing against your car, trying to push you off the roads. That is what you're going to be experiencing if you drive out in this. Fortunately, here in Omaha, I have not heard of any accidents as we speak, but with this heavy band of snow coming in, I wouldn't be surprised if I start hearing some accidents occur. Wind speeds have been impressive. I mean, these are the current wind gusts right now, 50 up to near 60 miles per hour, 51 miles per hour being reported here in Omaha, and 40 down in Lincoln, 45 out in Wahoo, and 44 in Fremont. I don't want to show the peak wind gusts yet, since we're pretty much in the middle of this system, but I've seen peak wind gusts up to 58 to 60 miles per hour in some communities. Would not surprise me if that increases. Look at the visibility. It is just horrible. Half-mile visibility here in Omaha, 0 mile visibility reported in Wahoo, just under a mile in Fremont, and it's really because of this thin, heavy band of snow. Now, the good news is that I think this is where we're going to get the majority of the snowfall. Once this heavy snow band passes us, then we're going to start seeing light snowflakes through about 5 o'clock or so. Once we reach about 6 or 7, I think it'll start, the snowfall will be done, but the winds are still going to be strong. So the snow is still going to be blowing around even after the snow wraps up in the area. So again, about 4 or 5 o'clock, you notice that the snow will be done falling, but the winds are going to continue on being breezy. Here are your forecasted wind gusts over the next several hours. It's going to be still very windy into Monday morning, up to 60 to 70 miles per hour through the rest of today and tonight. By Monday morning, they'll still be windy, but they'll be below severe criteria. So we're going to continue on seeing these windy conditions even after the snow is done. As far as snowfall, I have not heard any reports yet, just because it's currently moving through as we speak. So obviously it's going to be very, very hard to get snowfall reports. But of course, once we get those snowfall reports, we'll be the first to let you know. Same thing, the wind gusts. I'm waiting until the winds start calming down a little bit before I hear about peak wind gusts in the area. So another look at radar real quick. You just see it is just horrible outside. Look at that thin line of heavy snow just moving through, but at least it's moving pretty fast. It's not slowing down. It's actually picking up speed a little bit. So when this impacts your community, it's going to last probably about a good 20 to 30 minutes and then be done. And then behind that, the snow lightens up, but it's still going to be windy, so that snow is going to blow around, and visibility is going to be an issue for the next several hours. We are still under a winter weather advisory for the area until about 9 p.m. this evening. So they did expand the winter weather advisory to include more counties, especially south of I-80, where this heavy band of snow could impact the area. So like northwest Missouri, western Iowa, you guys have a chance of seeing this heavy band of snow. Now, there is a blizzard warning out east in Iowa. I'm not expecting this blizzard warning to expand. I think we're going to stick with the winter weather advisory until 9 p.m. this evening. But of course, we already told you about this, but just letting you know, just a reminder, there's still a high wind warning in effect until 1 a.m. for everybody because of these winds being so strong. Once after 1 a.m., it'll still be windy, but the criteria, the winds will be below the criteria of severe. The criteria is 60 miles per hour. So after 1 a.m. tomorrow morning, the winds will be below that. And then, of course, another big topic is frigid temperatures coming in. We are still expecting wind chills to be down to 10 to 15 below by the Monday morning commute with windy conditions. So you definitely want to wear plenty of layers on your way to work. Make sure the kids are bundled up as well. It is going to really feel like winter. We do have a couple of cold weather advisories issued for the area. Let me find that advisory for you. So far, last time I checked, it was not for Douglas or Sarpy. It was mainly for Pottawatomie County, but let's see. Yes, okay. So it still is going for Pottawatomie County and several counties north of the metro until 10 a.m. Monday morning because of these frigid wind chills. So yes, this is definitely cold, to say the least. We have not seen this in a while, so we want people to make sure they are bundled up. It wouldn't take long for cold illnesses like hypothermia to kick in. It doesn't take long with these kind of wind chills for hypothermia to kick in. Now, I want to turn over to your road conditions real quick and kind of give you an update on that. What I've been seeing is a lot of blue and pink, meaning that the roads are partially or completely covered with snow. So let me get that road conditions map up for you. Just give it this has to take a second. It takes a second for it to load, so just give me one moment. All right. Oh, that should be red. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. So I had to change the banner and make sure that it is red because it's a First Alert 6 weather day. So just give that 1 second. Here, while I'm waiting, I'm going to check something real quick, see if the National Weather Service has said anything. Haven't heard any new updates quite yet, but I just want to make sure. All right, hearing reports of whiteout conditions in Cass County, western Cass County. Yeah, so as I forecasted for, the National Weather Service is saying that that thin line of heavy snow is going to last only 15 to 30 minutes, and then after that, it calms down significantly. But we're still going to see visibility be low because of these strong winds. I-80s, I've heard reports I-80 is improving, still not great, but it is improving compared to what it was a few minutes ago. Does see a peak wind gust at 58 miles per hour. So, yeah, pretty much everything I just said is what the National Weather Service is saying. So here you go. Road conditions for the area. A lot of blue, some pink because of the snow. And all these communities in the blue and pink have already been impacted by that heavy band of snow. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more counties in the metro convert over to blue. Let me zoom in a little bit for you so you can see. So you can see parts of I-80 reporting partially covered, especially near like the La Vista, Gretna area. These roads are reporting green right now, but like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if I start seeing more blue for some of these main interstates, and especially with that wind. Man, that wind is so terrible. Driving into work, I had to really slow it down and take some time and getting into work. I do want to report on a few road closures though because of accidents. I haven't been able to create graphics for this yet, but I just want to show you the general area where I saw these road closures. So you can see one right here on Route 6 just northeast of Wahoo. Looks like it's between US 77 and US 109. See, part of Route 6 is closed because of a crash. I don't know all the details quite yet, but this red right here is indicating that this is an area where the road is closed right now because of a crash. Of course, you can always check the traffic block and get the latest updates. I'll put the updates in momentarily once I'm done here to let you know about road closures and stuff like that. And then there was another one in Fremont. I think it was on Tuesday. Oh, yep, there it is. So right here. It's on the intersection for 275 and US 77. So right here, just north of Fremont, this road is also closed as well because of a crash. Again, I don't have the details quite yet because the details are coming in as we speak, but we got two areas where the roads are closed. We got US 275 at intersection US 77 north of Fremont. That area is closed, as well as just northeast of Wahoo on Route 6. You can see that right here, just west of Meade. You can see that a long stretch of the road is closed as well because of crashes. Looking one more time before I head off real quick and look at the updates for traffic. Looks like the heavy band of snow has now crossed over the river, is now in Council Bluffs and Pottawatomie County. You can see it's starting to cross the river, and it's going to start impacting Council Bluffs in the next minute or so. Western part of the metro has calmed down, but in terms of snow rate or the heavy snow, but we're still going to see that blowing snow continue for the next several hours. I'll do one last look at the timing of this heavy snow band for communities that are about to be impacted. So let's do this. Do now. All right, you can see this heavy snow band stretches from Otoe County all the way up into Denison and near Carroll in Iowa. So if I change this, 19. Okay, perfect. Still saying it's going about 19 miles per hour to the east. Okay, go like that. Okay, so there you go. So all these towns, these are the estimated times when this thin line of heavy snow will be impacting your community. So Neola, Denison, Minden, Harlan, you guys definitely want to start heading indoors over the next 20 to 30 minutes as this heavy snowman continues to move eastward. But Fortunately, behind that, things calm down in terms of snow, but it's still going to be very windy over the next several hours. We'll continue on keeping this live stream going so we can give you the latest updates. Let's see. Just got another update from NDOT. I-80 from the Platte River to Omaha is improving. Visibility was less than a quarter of a mile, and now it's improved to about half a mile. So we're getting there, folks. Behind the heavy snow band, it improves a little bit, but it's still quite dangerous to be outside. So, like I said, we'll continue on tracking this snow over the next several hours.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 weather day.
And good afternoon once again. Nick Wyke here with you as we're approaching the 3 o'clock hour, and I am very short because Bo is standing up. There we go. Gotta love streaming. We'll go ahead and zoom in that a little bit here. Nick White here with you on this First Alert Weather Day as we are continuing to track the difficult travel conditions across the area right now with the snow falling, the heavy winds that are going to be with us through the rest of the day and night as well. And we are going to be tracking it here for you on YouTube, Facebook, our 24/7 channel, our website, all of our streaming platforms, as well as on TikTok if you want to join us there as well, as this storm continues to barrel its way through our area. Fortunately, we are not getting the worst of it. That is going to stay to our north and east, but still very unpleasant out there right now. And in fact, I want to show you, while Bo is on, I went ahead and shot a little video outside the window here at the studio, and you can see the blowing snow there, whipping the flags around just outside here at Blackstone Plaza as the strong winds were racing through. Again, I was safely behind the glass. That's why you're seeing the reflection there. But there you see some of the conditions out there with the stronger snow band and the heavy winds blowing through the area. So let's get an update on that right now with live First Alert radar, and we're taking a look at that heavy band you see now finally beginning to exit the Omaha area and pushing off to the east into Council Bluffs and Pottawatomie County. There you see it fortunately weakening a bit on the south side down by Nebraska City, but maintaining its intensity up through northwest Iowa as well, and this is going to be a concern for us. But fortunately, it appears it is going to exit the metro area shortly, and we will still have some light to moderate snow showers behind it, but with any luck, those will end in the next 1 to 3 hours, and then we will just have to contend with the wind and the blowing snow, which is more than enough right now, to say the least. Let's take a quick tour out there for you, and we'll start off on, I believe this is I-80 and 60th. The interstate's doing very well, especially those that are not elevated. That's why they have those signs on the bridges and overpasses. Those will become slick much faster, but you can see the snow sticking in some of the lanes there, just building up a little bit. But some of these roadways are going to be worse than others with that blowing snow, depending on elevation and surrounding terrain. This was earlier in Sioux City. I don't believe this camera is working anymore, so we're going to skip past that one here. And let's go on a tour of our city cams. We'll start with one of our cameras on First National, and you see the snow here downtown still falling at a good clip, still blowing around. This is looking the other direction at First National, and more of the same. Now let's go a little bit lower to the ground, and this was Children's, Nebraska. We couldn't see a single thing on this camera about 15 or 20 minutes ago. Now we're just beginning to make out some of the shops and the roadway in the foreground there, so visibility improving a little bit out there, but still very, very poor in many places. Now let's go to 90th and Dodge. You see the wind still whipping the snow around there. The roads, again, in the metro area are going to fare a lot better than in the rural areas, but that snow blowing around still a problem and still cutting down on visibility. And then further out at 144th and Dodge, there you see that problem area right there with the overpass where the snow will collect much faster, but otherwise the roads are doing okay. We're still at 29 degrees, but that temperature is going to be crashing throughout the afternoon and evening as wind chills will dip well below zero later tonight. One more time, we'll take you back out here live at Blackstone Plaza. You see the wisps of blowing snow in the air as that continues, but the snow rate itself has finally begun to let up a little bit. That's the good news, but we do still have some light to moderate snow to contend with and some very, very powerful winds over the next several hours. All right, let's go back now to First Alert Radar and get an update there. We'll switch over to the live scan and show you what's happening here in the metro area. There you see that heavy band now exiting the downtown area, across the river over Council Bluffs right now, up towards bearing down on Minden and Harlan, just passing past Woodbine and Erling. And so the heavy snow band remaining small and remaining in motion, which is the good news, unlike the last snowstorm we had that kind of sat over Omaha for several hours and produced all that heavy snow. It does not appear that is the case, and that 1 to 2 inch estimate likely is going to hold firm for us. That's the good news. But it's going to be very hard to measure with everything blowing around out there. To recap real quick, we do have a winter weather advisory for much of the area. That will run until 9 o'clock tonight, but we still have to contend with the winds after that. Blizzard warning in effect until, I believe, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning for the counties shaded in red. That does include eastern portions of and northern portions of our viewing area, including Denison, Harlan, Atlantic, and Carroll in western Iowa. Now let's take a look at the latest reports on wind gusts across the area. We'll get these loaded up for you, and we have had some rather strong wind gusts recently. We did get, I believe it was a 52 or 54 mile an hour wind report out of Omaha. Now the latest report is 48, 49 in Wahoo, 48 in Fremont, 56 mile an hour reported in Tacoma, and that is going to continue to be a problem for some time. As we look at the statewide reports, there you see 62 reported in Grand Island, 66 miles per hour in Hastings. So the major winds are still going to be with us here for a couple more hours, and they're really not going to subside much until probably the early morning hours of your Monday. As you see way back in McCook, still 53 miles per hour, 51 in Broken Bow. So that is going to be a problem as we move through the evening hours. Here's a look at your wind gust forecast, and this has improved somewhat after midnight tonight, but not much. You see 50 mile an hour wind gusts expected for the metro all night long, and maybe dipping just below that mark into the early morning hours, but still very strong winds that are going to be a problem, especially as the temperature crashes with those wind chills. Let's take a look at the latest road conditions that have come in from the Iowa DOT. You see a lot of degradation, especially up north where the heavier snow has been falling in the Denison and Ottawa areas. Partially to completely covered roadways is kind of the norm right now and will likely be that way for some time. Now, those winds are going to last a lot longer than the snow, and that's going to be a problem. Right now, the wind chill stands at 10 degrees here in Omaha, but it's already down to 2 in Norfolk, and it is going to crash everywhere. In fact, take a look at the latest wind chill forecast as we head into tomorrow morning, and boy, is it crash. Minus 10 when you wake up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, so that morning commute going to be very frigid and a lot of problems across the area as we move through the evening and overnight hours. Now let's take a look at the latest traffic reports, and boy, this map has changed a lot in the last few minutes. Let's head over to Highway 92 over by Meade. There you see a significant slowdown reported in the eastbound lanes of the highway. And the official report is that it is closed. Highway 92 is closed in the eastbound lanes over the river. Westbound appears to also be closed. So it may be in both directions. I'm not seeing officially. There is some travel in the westbound lanes over the river there by Lake Platte View, and but it looks like that is an area you're going to either need to or have to avoid. Highway 92 near Utan. We're going to zoom this out a little bit here to get a better view of it. So between Wahoo and the western part of the metro there, Highway 92 is effectively closed, especially the eastbound lanes, but also near the intersection of Highway 77. Highway 92 closed right now in various sections between Highway 77 and then the western part of the metro area. So this is an area that's going to have to be avoided, as we don't know the extent of the shutdown, if it was due to a crash or due to the conditions, but we have received several reports of crashes in the area, and so that is not terribly surprising right now with the ongoing incidents going on. We're also seeing some significant slowdowns along Highway 31 near Elkhorn as well. Again, these are just based on travel speeds that are being reported. This has nothing to do with the road conditions. We did, as Bo mentioned earlier, have received some sporadic reports of road closures due to crashes. They're not appearing in our system right now. But we do know that is taking place. So you're going to see some small-scale road closures in certain areas, depending on not only the conditions, but some potential crashes that are blocking the roadways. And that is going to continue for some time as we expect conditions to still remain problematic with the wind, even though the heaviest of the snow is going to let up and has already begun to let up here in the metro area. Let's go back out now live to First Alert Radar and show you what we're seeing here. Again, we still have some light to moderate snow that's going to be rolling through the metro for another hour or two, but it will let up. That's the good news. The bad news is the wind will not be letting up with it. We've got that heavier band off to our east now finally, and that is moving off. We don't expect any more heavy bands like that. This was the bulk of the snow, but again, this is going to continue to be a problem for some time because of those winds and the extreme cold that we're going to be dealing with across the area. So that is why we're bringing you this streaming coverage, and we're going to continue to do so. And again, if you have any reports, feel free to let us know in our chat. In fact, actually, just now, I'll pop this up here, and I apologize for not getting to this sooner, Eric. Eric was asking, we had some pebble-sized snowflakes during this storm. Can you tell me what they're called? I guess I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, Eric. If you're talking about some large, fluffy snowflakes, that's just snow. If it was maybe some sleet or possibly what we call grapple, I know maybe if it was a little warmer down there, that might be possible. Grapple is just I guess, for a layman, it's a fancy term for teeny tiny hail. It's not produced the way hail is produced. It's produced more along the lines of how sleet is produced, and so we call it grapple because it doesn't really match the definition. But that could have been mixed in with it depending on the conditions there. So if it was something that was like, it was hard and it was kind of pinging up against the house like hail would, if it was bigger, that could have been sleet or grapple that was mixed in with the rain or snow. Just keeping in tabs on updates coming into the newsroom right now. Just getting a report that Highway 92 has been reopened. Highway 92 has been reopened. We just showed you that. That has now been reopened. That's according to the Nebraska Department of Transportation, so that is a good update. Obviously, now that the snow rates have begun to decline, hopefully they're able to get those roads cleared, especially if they are currently blocked by vehicles that have crashed out or are blocking the roadways right now. So that's the latest information. Highway 92 that had been closed, we just showed you that closure appears to be reopening now. So certainly some good news as the heaviest snow is now east of us. I want to show you again, this is what it looked like outside our studios just a short time ago as that blowing snow was racing through the area. And the heavier band was making it through the downtown. If you're anywhere in the metro, this probably looks familiar to you because you probably saw something similar outside your window. Obviously, the buildings do help shield a little bit, but in the more open areas, visibility, as we showed you earlier, especially out by Children's, Nebraska, was especially poor. And that is just an example of what a mix of snow and wind can do in a very short amount of time. So again, here's a live look at First Alert Radar. We're going to keep tabs on what's going on with the roadways, but it sounds like there's some improvement as the heavy band has now moved off to the east, and we're now just dealing with the blowing snow and the dropping temperatures. So things will be difficult out there for some time, and they certainly will be uncomfortable, but nothing compared to what some other parts of the Midwest are dealing with today. In fact, if we zoom out here, see if I can get give you a bit of a wider look at what we're dealing with right now. And there you see that band of snow. As we zoom out, eastern Iowa dealing with some thunderstorms. They're going to be hit by all this snow, heavier snow expected out there. People in the Madison area just got off the phone with a friend up there getting hit especially hard with heavy snow. Minneapolis just now getting out of it as well. Many of these areas under either a winter storm warning or like western Iowa here in our area, blizzard warning. That orange you see there is a high wind warning that's going to be with us through the morning hours as we continue to deal with this strong wind that's going to be lasting for quite some time. But again, right now the priority is the winter weather advisory that's in effect until 9 o'clock tonight for the counties shaded in purple. Blizzard warning in effect until tomorrow morning for the counties shaded in red, where the heavier snow is expected from the storm system. So a real mess, and it's going to be a mess here for some time, but fortunately we are not anywhere near the worst of it. But if you do have friends or family traveling in the greater Midwest area, obviously a lot of delays, and even where the snow isn't heavy, the wind is going to be causing problems, especially for those trying to travel by air, as airports are certainly dealing with some issues because of the wind and the snow in keeping all of their schedules on time. Again, if you have any questions or if there's anything you see that you want to let us know about, feel free to share it in the comment section on our Facebook post on this live chat. You can also share it with us if you're on YouTube in our live chat there as well. We really appreciate the help because it's the eyes and ears out there that help us see and hear what's going on across the area with this storm system. All right, we're going to go back to First Alert Radar now and get an update on where the snow is. Looks like we may have lost her. We'll switch over to the live radar here for a moment. There you see that band now well east of the Omaha metro area, pushing east of Council Bluffs now, and exiting our area slowly but surely. But we do have all of this snow on the back end, light to moderate snow, that's going to continue to fall for some time that we'll have to contend with. And even after the snow stops falling, we're going to have those powerful winds blowing through the area that's going to continue to cause travel problems, especially in the rural, more open areas where that snow has more freedom to blow around. We're also keeping an eye out on area power outages across the area. We've been keeping tabs on Mid-American and OPPD as well. Right now, we've got roughly 700, I believe, still without power in the metro area. The one major power outage now stands at about 716 customers. This is impacting folks near I-680 and West Center Road. That is the area where this cluster of outages is being reported at this hour. So a bit of a problem there. And hopefully the expected restoration time is shortly, but that has been continually pushed back time after time. So unfortunately, that's not a good estimate right now, because obviously crews are going to have to battle with the wind and the snow, depending on the severity of the damage that caused that outage. But the bulk of the outages right now in the Omaha area near I-680 and West Center Road, a little over 700 customers now without power as the storm has blown through. That is the bulk of outages in our area. We are getting some sporadic reports of power outages in, I believe, Woodbury County in western Iowa. Some sporadic outages there as well. Montgomery County in Iowa reporting a few dozen without power. But the bulk of the outages right now appear to be in the Omaha area around West Center Road. And I'm not seeing any other major outages being reported at this time. Just some scattered outages in Saunders and Cass County being reported right now, but no major outages to speak of. That's good, but we are still going to be dealing with this wind for some time. And again, a high wind warning means that the wind gusts will be strong enough and capable of producing thunderstorm-like wind damage. So trees, power lines are at risk as long as that high wind warning remains in effect. Again, here's another look at the winter weather advisory and blizzard warning in effect. The counties shaded in purple, including the Omaha Metro, are in that winter weather advisory until 9 o'clock tonight. That blizzard warning will continue until tomorrow morning for the counties shaded in red. That does include Denison, Harland, Atlantic, Carroll, and western Iowa. But that's not all we're dealing with here. So when that winter weather advisory expires again tonight at 9 o'clock, because the snow will be long gone by then here in the metro area, the next concern is going to be the wind, and the wind is going to stick around for some time. In fact, high wind warning will remain in effect until 1 o'clock this morning for the entire area as those wind gusts continue to pound the area. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look. First, here's the latest loop on the radar, and you see that band continuing to drift off to the east, and we're keeping an eye out on the light to moderate bands behind it, and hopefully they don't get any stronger. But could still see another, quarter inch to an inch of snow in any given area, and so that 1 to 2 inches seems to be a pretty good number for most areas. Right now across the area, here's a look at the latest wind gusts: 48 miles per hour in Omaha. We did top over 50 miles an hour earlier this afternoon, and so they're not weakening. That's just, these are the latest reports. 56 miles per hour in Tacoma, the winner at this hour for the highest wind gusts. As we branch out across the state, you'll see some of the stronger wind reports we're still getting in. Hastings now reporting a 66 mile an hour wind gust, Grand Island 62 miles per hour, and Broken Bow 51 miles per hour. Sioux City now reporting a 54 mile an hour wind gust. So these gusts are still out there, and they're going to remain with us through the evening hours. So the potential for problems, especially if you drive a high profile vehicle, or you're out there in a semi, or you're watching us on your phone and you pulled over onto the side of the road, that's the best advice. If you've got a moving truck or anything like that, those are the vehicles most susceptible to winds like this, especially out on an open interstate that could be tipped over by a severe crosswind. So that's a big reason why the high wind warning remains in effect until early tomorrow morning. Here's a look at the current forecast for those wind gusts, and you see why that warning will stay in effect until 1 a.m. We should see them begin to ease off around them below the threshold, but there you see 50 plus mile an hour wind gusts expected all night long across the metro area and the rest of the viewing area as well, as this the low pressure responsible for this massive storm system gets stronger and stronger, and that as it gets stronger, that tighter pressure gradient continues those strong winds across our area, even though the snow is long gone. All right, let's take a look and see if we're getting any updates on our road conditions here. Again, these are always somewhat behind, but we do see an expansion of the completely covered areas now in western Iowa, including Denison, Harlan, and Ottawa. Travel not advised over a large portion of Iowa now. If you've got anybody that you know traveling in Minnesota or Iowa, hopefully they've got a place to stay, because this is not going to improve for some time. And we did get a report that I-35 from the Minnesota border to Ames is now closed. I believe they preemptively closed that road out of an abundance of caution. Let me see if I can get that confirmed here. That was a report we received right around the noon hour, and yes, I-35 from the Minnesota border all the way down to Ames is now closed. So if you know anybody that was traveling in that area, I-35, which as you know is notorious during blizzard conditions, is closed. The road is not bad now, but they wanted to get out ahead of it because it is just not going to be plowable anytime soon. So I-35 from Ames all the way up to the Minnesota border is now closed. That is the only major road closure that we've seen. We did have a brief closure here near Wahoo that has since reopened. Otherwise, we're getting reports Highway 77 near Highway 30 near Fremont is now closed. We also have a report of a crash. Let's see here. Crash on Highway 77 near Luther Road. A crash has blocked all lanes of traffic. So Highway 77, just northeast of Fremont, is now closed because of a crash. We have another crash reported near Woodcliff on westbound Highway 36 near 312th Street, west of Bennington. That is now closed due to a crash. No major crashes that we can find impacting traffic in the metro area. One other report coming in from westbound I-80 at Highway 66. So this would be near Let me see here. This would be near the Strategic Air Command and Aerospace Museum. Interstate 80 westbound is closed due to a crash on that roadway. So a number of fender benders happening across the area, and continuing to monitor those as those closures begin to pile up. But again, right now, no major road closures. We have some lane closures on I-80 near Strategic Air Command and Highway 65, or excuse me, Highway 66, because of a crash there. We also have a closure on the westbound lanes of Highway 36 from Pawnee Road to North 312th Street west of Bennington due to a crash. And then we do have a more significant road closure on Highway 30 near Highway 77 near Fremont. All lanes of traffic closed there because of a crash. We're going to see if we can get some of that up on the road cameras, if any are still working. So we're going to pop the radar up here and take a short break. And when we come back with you, we'll have an update on the latest crashes across the area.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 Weather Day.
And good afternoon again. Nick White here with you. We took a quick break there to get some information on a road closure that's ongoing right now because of at least a series of crashes. So we're going to get you out there live here in just a moment. This is along Interstate 80 near Greenwood. There you see there is some traffic getting through, but I believe officially we're being told that the road is closed. Westbound lanes are closed, so I'm going to presume that this is eastbound moving through. But there you see off in the distance in the blowing snow, you can see some emergency crews there. We see some semis pulled over on the shoulder, not sure if they were involved or not, but several vehicles in the ditch. And it is kind of hard to make out because of the poor visibility out there, because of the blowing snow. But obviously you can see the lanes, I believe the westbound lanes are blocked and are shut down. I can't really make out exactly what's going on back there. I believe far in the distance, in the upper left portion of your screen by the live bug, I think I see what looks like a jackknife semi that's gone off the road. And there may be other objects up there. It looks like they're getting one lane of traffic through here carefully, but on the other side there may be what may be another semi over there. Not quite clear, but it looks like at least the westbound lanes are closed, and occasionally when we get a little bit better visibility by where that ambulance is, it looks like there are several vehicles up there as well involved in this crash. So I think it's pretty evident that we've had a pileup, presumably in the westbound lanes of I-80 at the Greenwood exit. This is a pretty significant crash that's happened, and it looks like maybe one eastbound lane is getting through right now, but westbound appears to be closed entirely right now. This is a live picture from the Nebraska Department of Transportation. You see there, not sure if those semis there were involved, but I can see in the back, way in the back in the upper left part of your screen, that there is a jackknife semi involved, and it looks like several other vehicles at times when we get better visibility may have been involved in this crash. As you can also see several other vehicles now off the road. At least I count 3, 4, and a semi that may have been involved, and then we're not sure exactly the extent of it. I believe I see another jackknife semi near that ambulance with several other vehicles, so it's very unclear exactly what are vehicles involved in this crash and what may just be stopped because of the crash. But obviously a significant pileup has occurred here. Again, this is at I-80 at the Greenwood exit. This live picture coming in from Nebraska DOT. No word on the extent of any injuries or when the roadway might be reopened, but obviously a very difficult situation out there, and if several vehicles are involved, it is not going to be cleared away anytime soon. In fact, Douglas County Sheriff's Office says they are only responding to injury accidents at this time, as conditions still remain poor. The snow is beginning to let up, that's the good news, but the wind is going to be with us for a while, and obviously that was a combination that contributed to what appears to be a pretty significant pileup along Interstate 80 near the Greenwood exit. No word officially on how many vehicles are involved, but just by what I can see here, and it's very hard to make out with the visibility, but it looks like there could be a significant number of vehicles, both large semis and passenger vehicles involved in this crash. I count at least 4 vehicles that we can see in the foreground, and possibly 2 semis behind them that have jackknifed, and there's no telling how many other cars may be involved in that area because we just do not have the visibility from this camera. So right now this appears to be one of the more significant closures in the area. Again, at Interstate 80 at the Greenwood exit. I believe that is eastbound traffic that is trickling through, but westbound is reportedly closed at this hour. So we're going to stay with this for a little bit and keep an eye on this if we can get any idea what's going on. But again, this is at Interstate 80 at the Greenwood exit, where we're seeing this significant pileup that has occurred. And we just lost our image, so I'm going to go ahead and get off of that. And we will take you back to live First Alert radar here for just a moment. We will get this back up and running. There we go. So there you see, still dealing with some light to moderate snow as the heaviest band has now moved well off of the metro area. But I can tell you here downtown, we are still seeing some very strong blowing snow. So visibilities are not really going to get any better. The road conditions themselves may improve a bit, but visibility is still going to be just about awful wherever you go. And that is going to be a real concern through the evening and into the early morning hours here across the area, including the Omaha metro. Let's take a look at some of our live sky cams right now. Here you can see the view from First National, a little higher up. Visibility not too bad there, but unfortunately the closer you get to the roadway, it's not so great. Here's a live look at Children's, Nebraska, where you see visibility remains extremely poor, near zero in some places there. We'll go further out now. This is at 90th and Dodge, and wind still whipping the snow around. Visibility again and slick spots on the roads are going to be the real problems now through the rest of the afternoon and the evening hours. And then finally we'll head out to 144th and Dodge, and there you see still snowing, still blowing, and just some slow going out there, which it's good to see that a lot of people out and about that have to be out and about or choose to are giving everybody enough space and reducing speeds to prevent as many crashes as possible. Finally, here's another look here at Blackstone. Visibility still very poor as you see the sheets of blowing snow going past the camera there, and visibility off to the west extremely poor. This is what it looked like a short time ago outside our studios. I shot this video a short time ago. As you can see, the snow whipping the flags here downtown and just causing a whole lot of problems for anybody that was venturing out in the downtown area just a short time ago. So some very powerful winds, and really they have not let up much at all, and they're likely not going to let up anytime soon across our area, as those winds will continue to whip out of the north for some time. All right, let's go back now to our live DOT camera here for an update on the breaking news. This is what appears to be a significant crash that has occurred along I-80 near the Greenwood exit. The visibility is not good, but when this camera was a little more zoomed in, we could see a significant number of vehicles either in the ditch or collided in the roadway, especially the westbound lanes. It's unclear now if any westbound traffic is getting through. We're seeing a little bit trickle in, but more people pulling over as well. So not sure how much is actually getting through. Officially, the westbound lanes at last report were closed. That was the last official report from the Department of Transportation. I'm going to see if they have an update on that yet. Two left lanes are blocked is the official report. So it doesn't appear that there's an official closure at that juncture. It looks like most of the lanes are blocked, but traffic is able to get through, albeit very slowly. So a significant crash at the Greenwood exit, mile marker 422 at Highway 63 along I-80. The westbound lanes had been closed. It looks like they're getting some traffic through now. But again, no word on the number of vehicles involved, although we counted several on the camera earlier, and no official word on any possible injuries with this crash. We do have some other road closures. I don't believe we have any cameras in those areas. We are now getting a new report of a road closure at mile marker 434 along I-80 westbound near Gretna. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the First Alert radar, and we will see if we can find that. Actually, before we do that, let's go back out live to I-80 near Greenwood. We're seeing some more ambulances arrive on the scene. That's always concerning. No, but again, we have no indication, no information on the extent of any possible injuries or the number of vehicles involved, although we did count several when this camera was a little more zoomed in on the scene. But visibility really making it hard for us to determine what exactly is going on out there. But we do know that the road is no longer closed in any direction. However, it's very slow going, and perhaps only one lane in either direction is moving through right now. But again, still a very difficult situation out there. And now we're hearing of another road closure further to the north, near Gretna. And we're going to see if we can find that one for you here. One other problem we're dealing with is many of these cameras are also getting iced over by the snow. So we're trying to find some that may be pointed away from the wind. Those may be a little more clear, but it's we don't control the cameras. They're pointed at what they're pointed at. So again, we're hearing of another closure along Interstate 80 westbound near Gretna, and we're not seeing any indications of a crash on the current traffic cameras that we can see. But we're going to keep a lookout for it here. No, we do not have this one on a camera anywhere, but we are hearing that the road I-80 westbound is closed near Gretna from Highway 31 to mile marker 434. So this would be just east of Melia, south of Gretna, the southernmost exit near Gretna. That is where we're being told that the roadway is now closed. Westbound lanes. It appears eastbound is still moving. Westbound is closed. Right now, no cameras in that area, but we will continue to monitor those reports for you as they come in. We did have a road closure earlier along I-80. This one was near Greenwood, where that reported closure came in. At least one lane is now moving in every direction, but it appears to be a pretty large and serious crash that crews are still there, still cleaning up at this hour. No official word on the number of vehicles involved, no word on the extent of any injuries, but it does appear to be a serious crash. Several first responders, several ambulances are on the scene now. We saw one just arrive moments ago. And we may have lost that.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 weather day.
And good afternoon, everyone. Nick Weig here again with you at the First Alert desk. We are tracking the snow and powerful winds making it through our area right now. And we've been bringing you a number of crashes in the area, some road closures, some along Interstate 80 near Greenwood is the latest one that we're tracking. They have moved the cameras off of that crash, so there's some concern there may be some serious outcomes from that. So we are going to try and get some more information on that. In the meantime, we're still dealing with some heavy snow that has moved past the metro area now, but is now impacting some of the other counties in our area. Let's go ahead and take you to First Alert radar right now, and we can show you that. And I'm going to actually go down here towards the Rockport area because you see these counties highlighted right here, and that is for a snow squall warning. This is a relatively new type of warning that the National Weather Service issues. A snow squall warning is in effect for portions of Atchison and Holt County until 5 o'clock this evening, so about an hour. A dangerous snow squall located along a line extending from near Farragut to near Humboldt is moving east at 35 miles per hour. Whiteout conditions with near zero visibility associated with intense bursts of heavy snow and gusty winds are likely in this area. Travel will become difficult to near impossible in a matter of minutes. So this is essentially almost like the winter storm version of a severe thunderstorm warning, where a brief 30 to 60 minute burst of snow can drop upwards of 1 to 3 inches of snow, cause zero visibility, basically almost like a mini blizzard, and catch motorists off guard because it can go from decent visibility to no visibility in a matter of minutes. So if you know anybody traveling along I-29 today, coming up maybe from the Kansas City area, this is an area that they need to get off of the road if they're anywhere near this area for a little while, because for the next hour, a significant snow squall is moving through this area of far northwest Missouri. So again, a snow squall warning now in effect until 5 o'clock for Atchison and Holt counties in the far southeast portion of our viewing area. So this snow squall warning, again, you see that heavy band moving through there, kind of back building a little bit after passing through the Lincoln and Beatrice areas, and is expected to produce some significant snowfall and dramatically reduced visibility in a matter of minutes across this area you see here. So again, snow squall warning in effect for areas of Atchison and Holt counties until 5 o'clock this evening. Okay, we're going to zoom back out now, and you can see the extent of this band, the heaviest now in that southern portion, actually letting up as it's moving through the Harlan and Atlantic areas right now. Here in Omaha, we are just dealing with some light to moderate snowfall behind it, but we're also still dealing with some very powerful wind gusts out there, causing all kinds of problems. In fact, let's take a look at the latest wind gust reports, and there you see a 55-mile-an-hour wind gust reported a short time ago here in Omaha, 52 in Lincoln, and 54 in Norfolk. If we zoom this out to the rest of the state, you can see 64-mile-per-hour reading in Hastings, 51, as we said, in Grand Island, 52 in Lincoln. So we're still seeing some very strong winds back here that we're going to be dealing with for the rest of the evening and into the very early morning hours. In fact, take a look at the latest forecast on these winds, and there you see all the way until 3 o'clock in the morning, we could still be seeing wind gusts in excess of 50 miles per hour. Wind gusts are expected to increase over the next couple of hours. We could see gusts over 60 miles per hour in some areas as we head into the late afternoon and early evening hours. That is one of the major concerns that we have right now that will still remain a significant travel problem across the area. Road conditions have been improving in some portions of the area as the snow is let up and crews are able to work the roads, but the main problem right now is the blowing snow and how much they can stay out ahead of that. If we look up here, if you know anybody traveling in the Iowa area, travel now not advised all the way down to Tacoma and Harlan and all points north. This does include Sioux City. Travel now not advised. And as you look further to the east, look at this. I-35 from Ames all the way up to the Minnesota border now closed. I believe that was a preemptive shutdown because I-35 is notorious in storms like this, and so the entire roadway from Ames to Minnesota is shut down, likely, I would imagine, for the rest of the night as the blizzard warning there continues into tomorrow morning. So that is a significant shutdown. Here in the greater metro area, we've had a number of smaller shutdowns, especially along I-80 between Omaha and Lincoln. There are several crashes we've been keeping tabs on. We've lost our camera shots of those, unfortunately, but I'm going to check here on the DOT and see if we've got any new information on that. Westbound I-80 south of Gretna at mile marker 434 near Highway 31 remains closed. The westbound lanes remain closed. That is where we've had some crashes in that area. We brought you one of those further to the south near Greenwood, where we saw a very significant crash that had taken place involving several vehicles. I don't believe we have those cameras back at this time. We may have one of those cameras back, so bear with me here. I'm going to try and get that camera back on our system here if we can. Okay. Okay, so we have our camera back up now. So let's take you out to I-80 near Greenwood, and there you see the extent of that. We're not getting the clearest picture. Obviously, visibility remains extremely poor out there, but you can see, oh my goodness, several ambulances now on the scene, several first responders. This looks quite significant in the westbound lanes of I-80. Earlier we could see several cars, several semis back there. It's still very hard to make out, but I believe you see the two semis in the foreground that may or may not have been involved. And here's another ambulance coming in. So a large number of ambulances and fire trucks now on I-80 westbound at the Greenwood exit, where we appear to have had a major pileup occur. This is a live picture from the Nebraska Department of Transportation, and just by the response, I think it's clear to say that this was a very serious crash. In that far background, I can make out at least 3 semis that appear to be jackknifed, and no telling how many cars are in between all of those. This could be very, very significant. Again, you're looking at a live picture of I-80 at the Greenwood exit, and we have a significant crash there. And the very concerning sign is seems to be no indication that they're trying to move any of these vehicles off the roadway, and that, coupled with several fire trucks, several ambulances we've seen arriving on the scene, raises a lot of concerns. Obviously, when you get in a pileup like this with poor visibility, blowing snow, hindering the rescue efforts, obviously, in that area, very open area. There could be many people trapped in their vehicles if so many vehicles were involved, and I can count at least 3 semis up behind all of those emergency lights. But yeah, you can see cars scattered on the side, and we cannot make out how many vehicles are somewhere in that mess on the roadway or near the roadway. So a very significant pileup here along Interstate 80. Again, this is at the Greenwood exit. This is a live picture from the Nebraska Department of Transportation. We're working to get more information as to exactly what is going on there, but obviously they are in no hurry to clear this roadway, and that is a concerning sign that something very significant may have happened here. So we're going to stay with this here for just a moment. I do want to remind those in far northwest Missouri that might be watching us, anybody who may be traveling along I-29 in Missouri, that a snow squall warning is in effect for the next hour for that area for a burst of 1 to 3 inches of snow and powerful winds that will make travel near impossible. So if you know anybody traveling along that roadway, A snow squall warning is in effect along I-29 in far northwest Missouri for the next hour. But right now our concern is with this live picture from Interstate 80 near the Greenwood exit south of Omaha. And it appears we've had a very significant crash. We are getting information from the Cass County Sheriff's Office urging everyone in Cass County to stay off the roads. This is a Cass County Sheriff's Office statement. Quote, "We are responding to numerous multi-vehicle crashes, particularly along Interstate 80. During one of these responses, an emergency vehicle was struck, highlighting just how hazardous conditions have become. Due to these conditions, we are actively working to close both directions of Interstate 80 between exits 420 and exits 426. That would be this Greenwood exit and Mahoney State Park. So 6 miles of Interstate 80 is about to be closed between Greenwood and Mahoney State Park. All traffic again. Roadways throughout the county are extremely slick and conditions are expected to worsen as the storm continues. I believe the reason for the sense of urgency from the Cass County Sheriff's Office is the crash that you are seeing live on your screen right now that appears to indicate a very significant crash on I-80, and they are now going to shut the road down completely. We cannot make out how many vehicles are involved in this crash, but the number of first responders on the scene raises a lot of concern that there could be numerous injuries in this crash. We could see several semis that were involved, and there's no telling how many cars are in that area. So again, Interstate 80 between Greenwood and, apologies, I need to pull this back up. Interstate 80 between Greenwood and there we go, sorry about that. Interstate 80 between Greenwood, which is exit 420, and Mahoney State Park, which is exit 426, will be shutting down shortly. All directions will shut down. We are seeing a little bit of traffic coming through. We earlier did see some traffic still in the westbound lanes. That has come to a stop. We're still seeing a little bit of traffic in the eastbound lanes, but we're being told that is going to stop as well. There you see a snowplow coming up on the scene, it looks like. But again, a very serious situation right now along I-80 near the Greenwood exit. Not only do we have several multi-vehicle accidents in this area, but an emergency response vehicle was hit. We're going to keep this live shot up for a little while longer while we can. Again, this is live along I-80 near Greenwood, the Greenwood exit on I-80. And we're being told by the Cass County Sheriff's Office that I-80 will shut down between Greenwood and Mahoney State Park. About a 6-mile stretch of the roadway is being shut down. You see a major response there. You see an ambulance finally leaving the scene. It looks like another one is now leaving. We don't know how many people were hurt in this crash, but the response has been significant. And we can at least count several semis involved in this crash, as well as other vehicles. And as we just reported a short time ago, the Cass County Sheriff's Office did say that there were numerous multi-vehicle crashes, and one included an emergency vehicle that was struck. And that is why they are shutting down I-80 in this 6-mile stretch. So a significant situation developing here along I-80. Very unfortunate situation, unfortunately, because right now there's no indication of when they're going to get I-80 reopened in that area. We do have also word from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office that they will not be responding to crashes unless there are injuries involved. Quentin on our Facebook page says snow go away. Yeah, I certainly agree. The good news is we're somewhat hopeful that this may be the last big gasp of winter in our area. We certainly hope so, because we've certainly seen our share so far this year here in the upper Midwest. Also on Facebook, a short time ago, heard from Barb that said, "Wind, please die down. Hate the wind." You know, I can attest to that. I was in Cedar Rapids during the derecho in 2020, and not only was a frightening time, but obviously, if anybody out there has pets, you know, when pets go through a traumatic storm of any kind, it can really change them. And make them very anxious in the future anytime that anything sounds like a storm. So yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we're not going to get this wind out of here anytime soon. But again, right now the concern is this multi-vehicle crash along I-80 that we're seeing a number of first responders and ambulances arriving and departing. And now authorities are shutting down the entire road. And you know, at times, because these winds are still getting stronger in some areas, we're seeing the visibility get even worse on this live picture from the Nebraska Department of Transportation. So a very, very concerning situation out there right now. We'll come back to this shot in just a moment, but I want to take another look now at the current travel conditions out there right now. There we go. This is a live look at our traffic reports coming into the newsroom, and this is the area of deep concern. This is I-80 that we've been showing you, and it just shows slow in one direction. But I can tell you that this stretch of roadway is going to be shut down, if not already. This is the stretch of roadway on I-80 in both directions that's shut down because of this major crash that has occurred. So that is the breaking news at this hour. Is that crash that is shutting down that portion of Interstate 80. Let's go ahead and take a look again. There you see on the radar the heavy line is now pushing through the Rockport area. I wanted to highlight this because if you know anybody traveling on I-29, they are in a snow squall warning. So very heavy snowfall could essentially cause good visibility to drop to zero in a matter of minutes. And so anybody traveling through this area on the fringes of our area are going to be in a very difficult situation. That snow squall warning will remain in effect until 6 o'clock, so about another 45 minutes. Another thing we're watching is another band beginning to develop to our west that could produce some heavier snow here in the metro area, and unfortunately right where this crash has occurred near Greenwood. And that is just going to compound things across the area. So if you think that the worst is over, that may not be the case. We have a new band beginning to form to our west. It may not be as heavy, it may not bring as much heavy snow as the last band, but it will pick up the snow that we're seeing now, and we still are going to have those winds for at least another 8 to 10 hours across the area. So Omaha, if you're watching us in the Omaha metro area, we're not done with this yet by a long shot, as we do have a new band beginning to develop right now to our west, and that will be moving through over the next hour or two. We can hear a very busy day on the scanners as first responders are responding to crashes all over the area right now because of this storm. Very serious situation as we're now dealing with another band of snow you see there beginning to push into the metro area that has developed and will just further erode road conditions across the area. All right, let's try and go back out live now to Greenwood. This is a live picture of what appears to be a significant crash that has occurred. A number of first response vehicles, emergency vehicles, have now left the scene, but the Cass County Sheriff's Office has announced that the road is closed. All directions of I-80 near Greenwood, in about a 6-mile stretch of I-80, is now closed. Cass County reports multi-vehicle crashes, several multi-vehicle crashes. There were reports that this could be a chain reaction sort of thing. And then also that while responding to one of those crashes, an emergency vehicle was also hit. We don't know right now on the extent of any injuries in any of these crashes. But this appears to be the most serious one that's come into our newsroom right now. And this is in Cass County. The Cass County portion of I-80 essentially is being shut down right now because of these crashes. Again, between Greenwood and Mahoney State Park, they are shutting this down because, and there you see visibility just getting worse again as the snow is going to be picking up there again momentarily, and the wind is just howling at 50 to 60 miles per hour. So we're working to get information on what exactly is going on there. But again, the official word from the Cass County Sheriff is they're urging everybody to stay off the roads. They are shutting down a 6-mile stretch of Interstate 80 between Greenwood and Mahoney State Park. Our deputies, fire departments, EMS crews, and recovery services are fully engaged responding to crashes and stranded motorists, and the weather is making those responses slower and significantly more dangerous. If you do not absolutely need to travel, stay home. That's the word from the Cass County Sheriff's Office. They are urging everyone to stay home because, as you see there live on the camera, it's just getting worse again. As the winds are picking up, the snow is picking up, and they are trying to clear what appears to be the scene of a major pileup along Interstate 80. We don't know the extent of any injuries. There were several ambulances and fire response vehicles on the scene. It's hard telling how many are still on the scene at this hour because, again, visibility is getting much worse as another heavy snow band moves in and the wind continues to scream out of the north anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour. Again, this is a live picture courtesy of the Nebraska Department of Transportation. As we are working to get any additional information on what exactly has happened. But obviously, crews are responding to a lot of crashes, and we may not know for some time exactly what occurred. What we can tell you is Cass County is closing the interstate in that portion of their county, largely because of this multi-vehicle crash that may have been several crashes, not all at the same time. Douglas County Sheriff's Office here in Omaha tells us that they are only responding to injury accidents because they are now being overwhelmed with calls for service. Significant situation, obviously much worse in the more open rural areas, but still a concern just about everywhere else. And unfortunately, I'm not sure when it's going to get much better because we just have so much left to go here. So we're going to keep an eye on this as we see more emergency vehicles coming and going. Presumably, with the number of large vehicles involved in this, it's going to take some time, and not sure how easy it's going to be to clear this roadway with another band of snow coming and more wind coming with it. Let's go ahead and go back to First Alert Radar right now and give you a look at what we're seeing right now. All right, so here's what we're keeping an eye on. And as you saw there on the live picture from the DOT where that crash occurred down in the Greenwood area, heavier snow is moving in and the wind is still peaking at 50 to 60 miles per hour at times. So a real serious problem now in Cass County, and this heavy snow is now once again bearing down on the Omaha metro area. So if you think that the worst of it is over, it is not. And if you're thinking about venturing out here over the next hour, we're going to see visibility dramatically cut yet again as this powerful storm system continues to move through the area. We were hoping we were done with the heaviest snow, and now that does not appear to be the case, as this new band is forming right in front of our eyes just west of Elkhorn and is bearing down on the Omaha metro area right now. If we zoom out, you can see the first band making its way through western Iowa right now, where conditions have quickly deteriorated. Down in the Rockport area, we now have a snow squall warning that remains in effect for about another 35 minutes. So if you know anybody traveling in this area of I-29 where this snow squall warning is in effect, they need to get off the road now and wait until this passes, because visibility will essentially be zero during this very quick burst of heavy snow and heavy wind. But the good news is the heaviest will pass by quickly, but that is a significant concern in that area, especially if it's susceptible to windy conditions impacting travel. Back here closer to home in the metro, again, you're seeing that strengthening line of moderate, possibly to heavy snow showers bearing down on the metro area right now as we continue to track the latest across the area. We do have another report. We do have another closure now. Mile marker 432 to 435. This would be near the Gretna interchange of I-80, also being shut down. We also have another report of I-80 eastbound near Shelby in western Iowa is now shut down due to a crash. So we're going to try and get some more information on these for you, as well as monitor what Nebraska Department of Transportation is showing us. Right now, the Nebraska DOT, for that mile marker 435 shutdown near the Gretna interchange, they have lowered the rails, the guards that block anyone from accessing the interstate. We can see that on the camera, but we can't see if there were any, what the details are about what they call a large crash that has forced them to shut down the road. But it's safe to say between that and then the situation near Greenwood, that there may be a very, very significant pileup in that area that they are working to address. Let's go back live now to the Greenwood camera from the Nebraska Department of Transportation here. There we go. You can see more ambulances on the scene right now. I'm going to go ahead and take the graphics out for just a minute. This is a live look of Interstate 80 near Greenwood. 6 mile stretch up to Mahoney State Park is now closed. Another heavy band is moving through, so you see the visibility of once again getting worse in that area. And we may, oh, there the camera came back. But several ambulances remain on the scene right now. As some are leaving the area, some continue to filter through, but a very serious mess in this area, and an untold number of vehicles involved in this pileup, and it's just very hard to tell now what's happening because conditions again are worsening as this new heavy snow band is pushing through the area and blowing all this snow around, still at 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts at times. So not an ideal situation out there for first responders who are trying to help those involved, anybody potentially stuck in their vehicles right now. And on top of that, authorities in Cass County tell First Alert 6 that one of their emergency vehicles were hit. They did not say whether or not there were any injuries involved with that, but either way, a significant pileup underway that has shut down I-80 in at least 2 different sections near Greenwood and Gretna. All lanes being shut down, and there you see another ambulance leaving the scene, a fire truck there remaining. and many more first responders further up the interstate as this situation continues to unfold. Again, authorities in Cass County urging everyone to stay off the roads because of these crashes. A major pileup along Interstate 80 near the Greenwood exit that did involve an emergency vehicle and an untold number of other vehicles. We counted at least 3 semis involved. We could not see how many other vehicles were among those in the pileup. And this does not appear to be the only pileup in that area, as we're now getting word of another road shutdown near the Gretna exit of I-80. That is now being shut down further to the north and east for the same reason. Let's go back to First Alert Radar here for just a moment, and we're going to try and find... We don't know the extent of the crashes further up near the Gretna area at this time. We're just being told that they're shutting down Interstate 80 due to a large crash, is how they're wording it. That is what we know at this hour. We're going to work to get another shot here. Looking to get some different shots here for you now. Okay, we're going to take you out to another live shot. This is near the Gretna exit. That is not the correct camera. I apologize. We will get that fixed here shortly. There we go. Now, this is what we're looking at. This is a live picture of Interstate 80 near Gretna, where they are shutting down the interstate again. This is northeast of the crash we've been showing you. We're being told there's a large crash. We're not sure if that is another crash we're not aware of, or if this is associated with a significant crash southwest along the roadway, but we're getting indications of at least one major, if not several, pileups in that area. And so now authorities are shutting down Interstate 80, at least westbound, but it is shut down in both directions further to the west. So Interstate 80 being shut down near the Gretna exit. There you see them directing all of the traffic off of the interstate right now as they are shutting down that roadway. And then further downstream is where they are still cleaning up from that serious crash that took place. We'll take you back to that here in just a moment. But again, we are monitoring this heavy snow band, another heavy snow band forming and moving into the metro area right now as the wind continues to howl out of the north across the area at upwards of 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts at times. We're going to quickly pull our other camera up here. Here's another look at the situation between Greenwood and Mahoney State Park along I-80. Several first responders remain on the scene right now. Can't even count the number of vehicles involved or the number of first responders responding because of the visibility, again, because of more heavy snow and those strong winds. But we can tell you that there has been a large pileup on the interstate somewhere between Gretna and Greenwood exits. And we don't know the extent of the injuries. We don't know the number of vehicles involved, but the Cass County Sheriff tells us they're shutting down the road, and that as part of these pileups, one of their emergency response vehicles was involved in this. But again, no word on the extent of anyone's injuries, but a very serious situation unfolding there along I-80 near the Greenwood exit. So we're going to continue to monitor this as well, and we're working to get more information from authorities right now. Obviously, they have their hands full, though, as even here in Douglas County, they're now only responding to injury accidents because there is just too many crashes now being reported. But again, I-80 between Greenwood and Mahoney State Park now shut down as crews are trying to do what they can on this scene in just absolutely terrible conditions. But a major pileup has occurred, and they are trying to assist everybody who needs help. Again, we don't know how many vehicles were involved. We don't know the extent of the injuries, but clearly this was a serious pileup that has shut down the road now for quite some time. Okay, for a little while here, let's go back to First Alert Radar here. And here you can see the snow moving into the Elkhorn area right now, the heavier snow at least, and we're going to be seeing that crossing through the metro area over the next hour or so. This new band stretches not quite as far as the previous one you see there out in western Iowa, but still bringing some heavier snow just passing through Wahoo right now. And then it's hitting the I-80 corridor right where those crashes have occurred through Fremont, now entering areas of Elkhorn, as we said. Gretna now about to experience this as well. So a pretty unfortunate situation, as we were hoping the worst of the snow is behind us, but here we see another band about to move through the area. Let's go ahead and take a look now. I believe this is a live Skycam at Children's, Nebraska. Visibility obviously not getting any better as the snow is about to pick up once again. Let's head out now to 90th and Dodge. You see conditions there have improved somewhat, but more heavier snow is on the way, and the winds are not letting up anytime soon. And then finally, let's go to 144th and Dodge, and you can see the snow still collecting there on the overpass and the grassy surfaces as the snow begins to come down a little harder there as well. Finally, here at the Blackstone Plaza, visibility again remains reduced as the snow continues to fall and continues to blow across this area, and will continue to do so for some time. Back now to First Alert Radar as we're watching this new band push through the area. And as that is happening, we're still dealing with some significant wind gusts across the area. There you see 52 miles an hour reported in Lincoln, 55 mile an hour gust reported here in Omaha, and then high 40s and 50s, at times even higher across the area. Statewide, these are the latest reports. Hastings reporting a 64 mile an hour wind gust. And 51 miles per hour in Grand Island, 54 in Norfolk. So again, these winds are going to be with us for some time now, as conditions will really not improve as the snow lets up. And unfortunately now we have another round of snow about to move through. Here's a look at those wind gusts, and they are not going anywhere, as we said. In fact, they could still get worse as we move closer to sunset, not really letting up until close to sunrise tomorrow. So that high wind warning remains in effect into the morning hours, and that is just going to cause problems, especially in open and rural areas tonight. As we take a look at area road conditions, we'll see if the map updates here. I apologize, it does take a little while because there's a lot of reports coming in. But obviously we've had all of these new reports of shut down roads across the area, untold number of crashes that crews are responding to right now. And We may not be able to get the road conditions to come up here, unfortunately. Let me see if I can help it along here. Well, we may have lost that data stream temporarily. I apologize for that. Let's go back now to the latest information on the watches and warnings in effect. There you see in the counties shaded in purple, a winter weather advisory remains in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. Blizzard warning are in effect until tomorrow morning for the counties shaded in red. And then you see northwest Missouri shaded in that pink. That is a snow squall warning that has been issued until 6 o'clock, so about another 25 minutes. A snow squall warning has been issued because a very heavy snow band is moving through that area and is producing blinding snowfall between the snowfall and the wind, blinding potential, making travel impossible in that area for a short time. This impacts Atchison and Holt counties in Missouri, and so anybody who's traveling in that area along I-29, if you're going to go through that area, or you know somebody who's going to go through that area anytime soon, they may need to pull over for a little bit and let the worst of this pass by them. But conditions still will be difficult for anybody out on those open interstates at any point tonight. Back now to first alert radar. There you see that warning still in effect for about another 25 minutes. Here in Omaha, we are still watching this new band of snow showers about to move through the area as we are anticipating another band to possibly dump another ½ inch to an inch of snow as it moves through here, roughly at about 35 miles per hour is the pace of these storms. And unfortunately, that band is now also hitting the area that we've been monitoring the breaking news at this hour of a significant crash along Interstate 80 in Cass County. Authorities there shutting down the interstate between Greenwood and Mahoney State Park as we still see first responders filing in and out of this area. Earlier, when the visibility was a little better, we could see several semis and some other vehicles involved in this pileup, and there may be other crashes further from the camera that were or were not related to this pileup, but a very significant situation playing out in those westbound lanes. Authorities there urging everyone to stay off the roads as they're trying to get help to everybody involved. And I imagine clearing the roadway now may not be their priority, although now we're seeing a lot of emergency vehicles leaving the scene. Hopefully that's a good sign. But again, this area does remain closed, and you can see it right there in those open areas with that wind blowing and the snow still falling. It is really hard to see much of anything that far in front of your vehicle. So I think the advice from first responders everywhere right now is true, to just stay home if you can, unless absolutely necessary, because although we're not getting a lot of snow, this wind is making it much worse as the blowing snow and the visibility continues to be a serious problem across the area. Visibility continues to just get worse and worse there as that heavier snow band is moving into the area. Again, no word yet on injuries. All we know is that there were multiple multi-vehicle crashes in this area of I-80. At least one emergency vehicle was also involved in a crash while responding to a scene. No word on the extent of any injuries, but we're working to get more information. But, you know, boy, as you can see right there, getting information out is pretty low on the totem pole for first responders as they're still trying to clear away this scene. All right, let's go back to First Alert Radar right now and get an update on the metro here. We'll zoom in. You can see that band now passing the radar site west of Elkhorn, pushing into the metro area now. This one will be a pretty short-lived one as well, but certainly going to be a pretty strong band of snow as it moves through again. And hopefully this will be the last one that we have to contend with anytime soon. Again, we're getting reports of crashes all over the metro area as well. Douglas County Sheriff's Office telling us they are now only responding to crashes that involve injuries at this time. And while the snow may be letting up eventually, the wind is not for some time. In fact, it will still be howling quite strong out of the north when you head to bed tonight. So if strong winds keep you up at night, I have some horrible news for you right now, as they are really not going to be letting up until probably closer to sunrise, and still be gusty through the early morning hours as well. So just an unfortunate situation that we're dealing with across the area right now. Let me go ahead and zoom out the radar here for you and see the extent of that band there. This is the area of utmost concern where those crashes have occurred between Ashland and Gretna and Greenwood, right here along this I-80 corridor. Heavier snow now falling in that area, just adding to the problems for crews that may still be on the scene, although we've seen a lot of emergency crews leaving. Not sure what the status is there, but we are working to get more information from local authorities on what has happened there. The last report from the Cass County Sheriff's Office was they were closing Interstate 80 between the Greenwood exit and Mahoney State Park, about a 6-mile stretch, because there were crashes, essentially multi-vehicle crashes all over the place. And during one of their responses, an emergency vehicle was struck. They are urging everyone in that area not to travel at all right now, if at all possible, because it is just making things harder for first responders in that area. We also have another shutdown further north and east on I-80 near the Gretna exit, maybe because of those same collisions, but they have shut and redirected traffic off of I-80 in that area as well. I want to show you what it looked like earlier today downtown, give you an idea of what we're about to see again briefly here in the metro area. This is a look at some video from a couple hours ago as the first heavy band made its way through the downtown area here at our studios. There you see the flags whipping in the breeze and that heavier snow falling and not really landing, as it's just flying in the wind. Again, this was a couple of hours ago just outside our studio. Our Brian Mastery, who will be on there tonight. Sorry about that. I lost my microphone for a little bit. This is another live look at the multi-vehicle crash we're dealing with between Greenwood and Mahoney State Park. This is we don't know how many vehicles were involved. We could see several vehicles and several semis that were involved in this crash, but it has forced them to shut down a 6-mile stretch of the road, and then another shutdown further north up in the Gretna area, Interstate 80 being shut down there as well because of a large number of crashes. We are being told by the Cass County Sheriff that at least one emergency vehicle responding to the scene was also hit, but we are not getting much more information as they remain on the scene, and hopefully have managed to at least get everybody involved in this crash to safety, because right now we don't know the extent or of any possible injuries that were connected in this area. Mark on our Facebook page said, in 3 days it will be in the 70s. This too shall pass. Yeah, I guess that gives us something to look forward to, as some very warm weather is going to be on the backside of this. And I think there's at least some reasonable hope among the weather team that this may be the last serious gasp of winter that we have to contend with here in the metro area. So we're all looking forward to the warm weather, and we would like it to stick around as long as possible. But of course, we all know that we don't have a lot of control over that most of the time, so we're just going to have to take it when we can get it. All right, let's take you back now to First Alert Radar. You can see the band continuing to move through the metro area right now. So if you're joining us from the Omaha metro area, especially east of Elkhorn, you're going to see the snow pick up here again for a little while, and then hopefully we will finally get a break. But that wind will continue to blow this new snow around as temperatures continue to plunge and take the wind chills with them. We'll take a look at some of our sky cams across the area right now. This is a live look at Children's, Nebraska. Again, visibility again down to about 0, at least at this elevation, as the heavier snow and wind is now blowing through the area. We head out to 90th and Dodge right now, and this is, there you see more snow falling. The wind not as bad there, so obviously a little bit easier time, but still slow going out there, as even if it's not snow-covered roads, still some slick conditions out there right now. And then 144th and Dodge, there you see the overpass covered with snow, but traffic moving along quite well on the highway, as that heavy band is now pushing into this area and moving into the downtown area. Finally, here at the Blackstone, we'll give you a look from high above, and we can see out to our west first the wind up a little higher up there, shaking the camera real good, and we're seeing off to our west that visibility again being reduced as the heavier snow is now pushing into the metro area. All right, back now live to our First Alert Radar, keeping an eye on this little squall of snow that's moving through. And then hopefully that will be, outside of a few flurries, that might be the end of it for us at last. And we can hunker down for a very windy and chilly night across the area. It's definitely a good night to stay indoors. And so we will contend with that here. Again, wind chills tomorrow morning expected to be down into the double digits below 0 when you wake up. It's going to take some time to improve. The winds may finally begin to die down once we get past sunrise and the morning commute. Then hopefully we'll get those winds to die down quite a bit, and we'll begin to warm up and recover from all this. And just because we need a pick-me-up, and because one of you mentioned it in the comments, and I always appreciate that, I want to show you this to kind of cheer everyone up right now, because we could really use some warm thoughts. But let's take a look at the extended forecast here. And if you take a look, there you see tomorrow we're still going to be windy. Temperatures are still going to be on the low side. Actually, they're not going to be crashing. That was an error from earlier, I believe. And that is not a First Alert day. But Tuesday for your St. Patrick's Day could see some precipitation in the area, but we will go above freezing, so that's the good news. And then from there, 60s Wednesday, 70s Thursday, 80 by Friday, and nothing concerning in the offing as we move to the extended forecast. 80s possible on Saturday before we cool off on Sunday, but by cool off, if we mean 60s, I think we're all going to take that at this time of year, so that's the good news. Wanted to at least give you a quick look at that as things are finally looking better for your extended forecast here. But right now, we'll get back to the matter at hand. We do still have a winter weather advisory in effect until 9 o'clock. We do have that blizzard warning in effect until tomorrow morning for the counties shaded in red. We have a snow squall warning in effect for far northwest Missouri for about another 7 minutes. And in fact, give you an idea that we're not seeing the worst of this right now, fortunately. There are some more significant snow squall warnings off to our south and east off in central Missouri. For us, though, right now, we're dealing with one more band of snow moving through the metro area right now, and then hopefully that will be that for the significant snowfall today. And we'll just have to contend with some blowing snow and winds and hopefully make some progress on area roads. But visibility, especially in open and rural areas, is going to be a real problem all night long as those winds continue to howl out of the north at 50 to 60 miles per hour, gusting higher at times even. Let's take a look at the latest wind reports. 55 mile an hour gust reported in Omaha, 51 in Wahoo, 49 in Lincoln, 39 in Nebraska City. We're going to see these sporadic upticks in these wind gusts as we look at statewide. 64 mile an hour wind gusts reported recently in Hastings, 51 in Grand Island, 54 in Norfolk. So we've got a long ways to go, folks, with these strong gusty winds as they will likely continue as we take a look at the forecast well into the early morning hours. In fact, there you see as we're getting closer to sunrise, still 46 mile an hour wind gust forecast, and we keep seeing these tick up a little bit, it seems, every hour. The worst of it is not going to be over for some time as these gusts are going to maintain themselves here for the next several hours. So that is another good reason to maybe just call it a day and stay indoors and prepare for tomorrow. Let's take a look at the issues with visibility because of all this, and there are plenty. Take a look at this right now, officially 0 in Carroll and Denison, quarter of a mile in Harlan, a half mile here in Omaha, Plattsmouth at 3/4 of a mile, 3 miles in Lincoln. But you can see back here out in York where the snow has let up. They're still dealing with the wind, but getting much better visibility as that snow has stopped falling. So that is the optimistic news at the hour, is that we will see some improvement in this over the next few hours as the snow stops falling. But the wind, especially in those rural and open areas, are going to be a serious problem all night long and into the morning. I want to take another look right now at our breaking news. This is a live look from Interstate 80 near the Greenwood exit, where a 6-mile stretch of the roadway between Greenwood and Mahoney State Park has been shut down because of a major crash in that area. We're really having a hard time making out how many of the impacted vehicles are still there because the snow is falling again and the wind is howling again, and we are just not able to really get a good look at what's happening out there. But if you were joining us earlier, we saw countless first responder vehicles and ambulances and fire trucks out there. We could make out when visibility was better, we could make out several vehicles and semis that were involved in some kind of pileup. And the Cass County Sheriff's Office does confirm to First Alert 6 that they were responding to multiple vehicle pileups in the area, and they were urging everyone to stay off the road. This crash in particular was a major problem, and that either at this crash or another one, we're told that while responding, one of their emergency vehicles was struck. So they are urging everyone to stay home tonight to limit the danger that they have to put their crews in to respond to those that wind up in trouble. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office also telling us they're now only responding or prioritizing crashes involving injuries at this time because they're being overwhelmed with calls. So the best advice is to, frankly, just stay home. Call it a day and enjoy some soup or some warm beverages and get through the night, and things will start improving slowly tomorrow, and we'll get a nice warm up and see some 70s and 80s before the week is over. That's the good news. But unfortunately, we got to get through all of this first, and that is just going to take some time as we hopefully get the last wave of snow through here over the next couple of hours, and then we can just worry about the winds that remain behind them. Back now to First Alert Radar, and you can see that little band that is still pushing through the metro, making its way through. We'll zoom in on the metro here for you as it is now approaching that I-80, 680 corridor and the Millard area before making its way into Ralston, La Vista, Papillion, and of course the downtown district as well. So this hopefully will be the end of it. We were hoping not to see another band like this, but you know Mother Nature, she always wants to throw us a curveball every now and then, and it appears this is it. Kate on her Facebook page says, of course the power would go out right as I'm about to put banana bread in the oven. Well, that yeah, that does figure, doesn't it? Yeah, we're getting a lot of reports of sporadic power outages. We did have an outage of about 700 in the heart of Omaha. Let's get an update here and see if we've got any new reports. We do have about Saline County is now reporting about 730 customers, about 20% of the county now without power there. Here in Douglas County, we're now reporting about 1,700 outages in the area. Western Iowa also taking a hit with some outages in the greater Council Bluffs area as well due to the wind. And also Gage County in far southeast Nebraska reporting 150 customers without power. So outages are beginning to pile up. Lancaster, just 65 outages reported there. But again, here in the Omaha metro area, roughly 1,700 people county-wide without power. Checking with OPPD right now, they're reporting, 1,700 customers now without power in the greater area here. And the bulk of those outages are still where we were talking about. In fact, they've grown about 980 customers without power just northeast of West Center Road and I-680, and then west of there another 700 without power. So it looks like the main power issues right now remain along West Center Road, kind of between South 105th and 114th Street is where the bulk of those power outages are. So if you're in that area and you're getting some power issues, hopefully you've got your phone charged and you can stay with us here because that's yet another reason why we want to provide this service to you when the power goes out, but you still are able to get cell service. Did just get a comment from Jacob on Facebook. Is this combating the fires? You know, I'd love to say yes, but unfortunately I don't believe it is. The snow is not falling anywhere near where the major fires are, and it's not really producing enough precipitation to help. Unfortunately, the biggest problem is that the areas where the wildfires have been taking place are still getting the strong winds though, and you know, we're not sure if that really helps or hurt them, because the biggest problem is not only are they still dealing with the strong winds, but they're also dealing with these the wind shifting. I mean, out in central and western Nebraska, they've seen the wind change direction, I think 3 times in the last 24 hours. So if you're out there trying to combat a fire, how do you dig a defense ditch in order to try and stop the flames in their tracks if the winds keep changing direction? So I don't believe we've gotten an update today. I know as of yesterday, they were still 0% contained in some areas, and around 500,000 acres had been burned, and unfortunately one person lost their life as an association with these fires. So a really difficult situation, and unfortunately this is not really helping at all in that situation out there. Unfortunately, this storm missed them, and just it doesn't really have the precipitation to make much of a difference. So the fires continue to be a problem for our friends to the west, and we certainly wish them the best, because the problems we're having right now are going to go away pretty quickly. And it's easy to say, you can just stay home and avoid all of this mess and hope your power stays on, while folks out there have been evacuated and in many cases aren't sure when they can get back to their homes or their places of business. So just all kinds of struggles in the state right now with the weather. So very unfortunate situation. And I wish, and I certainly hope, that they get some relief out there very soon. Let's go back now to First Alert Radar. There you see the band moving through the metro once again. We will see that continue to pick up, and just keeping an eye on those power outages. Again, now about 1,700 out without power in Douglas County. OPPD reporting a total of 1,740 customers without power, nearly 1,740 without power, as this new band and the wind continue to roll through the area. We'll go ahead and zoom out this a little bit. You can see that heavier snow stretching down. Plattsmouth now in the line for this as well. Just checking some of the latest alerts that we're getting. All right, let's take another look across the sky cams here. And here's what it looks like from First National downtown here in Omaha, as the heaviest snow hasn't made it to this area just yet. If we go out to Children's, Nebraska, there you see the poor visibility down there continues as the heavier snow is now picking up across the area. If we go to 90th and Dodge, there you see a lot of wind and snow now blasting through that area. Certainly making things a little hazardous out there. And then finally 144th and Dodge, where the snow has really picked up now. Visibility greatly reduced from just a little while ago, the last time we were looking at this camera. So still a difficult situation out there right now. And then let's take a look at the camera high atop Blackstone here. Again, you see the wind knocking the camera around pretty good, with visibility still coming down as that new band of snow pushes its way through the area right now. All right, back now to First Alert Radar. I think what we're going to do here is we're going to take a little break here and get some more information, and we will be back with you here in just a moment. Until then, we will leave the radar up here. Want to thank everyone for joining us throughout the afternoon here on our various platforms, our 24/7 streaming channel, website, YouTube, Facebook, and more. We'll leave the radar up for you, and we will be back with you in just a few minutes here at the First Alert desk.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 Weather Day.
And good afternoon once again. Nick Weig here at the Alert Desk, joining you on this wintry and windy day across the metro area. We are watching this last band of snow finally pushing through the area, and hopefully we'll be done with the snow, but we will not be done with the wind. For those of you watching on our mainstream on our website, we're going to be cutting away here shortly and bringing you our newscast, which unfortunately has been taken over by golf this evening. So we're going to bring you our newscast on our mainstream on our website here coming up in just a short while, but we will still stream the latest weather information we have on our 24/7 weather channel, as well as on Facebook and YouTube on those platforms as well. So just a heads up that we'll be doing that here shortly. Let's go ahead and update you on what's going on out there right now. We'll start with the First Alert radar. And you can see that heavier band that developed is now right over the downtown area, pushing eastward into Council Bluffs right now. And hopefully this will be the last of it. And that is our sincere hope at this time. Let's go ahead and take you out live right now downtown and see how things look out there. Obviously, visibility greatly reduced from the First National building. There you see conditions have deteriorated quite a bit. We'll look from the other side of the building, see if it's any better, and not really. Looking downward, so it's a little bit easier to see there. And just a heads up here that we will be starting our newscast in about 3 minutes. So if you're watching us on our website stream, you will see our newscast here momentarily. So that is a look at how it looks out there right now. Let's go a little further west, where hopefully things are improving now. Not at Children's, Nebraska. That is a scene we unfortunately saw earlier as well. No visibility really to speak of. I think I can make out maybe one light on a vehicle there, and that's about it. Let's go a little further out, and hopefully things are better. No, this is 90th and Dodge, and yeah, you can really see the snow and the wind blasting through that area right now as we continue to deal with this last bit of heavier snowfall. And then now to 144th and Dodge, where we did see that snow collecting on the bridge there, but it is now collecting everywhere as this last burst of snow. Looks like it might be letting up a little bit there on the west side, but we still got a little ways to go before we'll finally get a break from the snow. We're not, unfortunately, going to get a break from the wind. Again, back out here, Nick Weig with you at the Alert Desk. We are going to take a break here on our website to let you guys watch our newscast on our web stream on our website. But for those of you that want to stick around for the weather, we will keep going on social media as well as on our 24/7 weather channel. But in just a moment, we will join our newscast on the mainstream network. Okay, I want to thank everybody who is still joining us here on social media. We're going to keep going with the weather information as this last batch of snow makes it through the metro area right now. Let's go back to First Alert radar right now, and we'll show you what is going on with that. We'll zoom in here. You see downtown now getting the brunt of it, as well as Ralston and La Vista. Council Bluffs will be next in line. Again, this will be a bit of hopefully a shorter burst than what we saw earlier this afternoon. And then once this is done, we're going to zoom out, and there you see finally some clearing off to our west of precipitation at least. But the bad news is the wind is going to continue for the rest of the night and into the morning hours. That is the unfortunate news to pass along to you right now. Well, let's take a look at some of those winds that we're still dealing with. Right now, 52 mile an hour, the latest wind gust reported in Omaha, 53 in Wahoo, 54 miles per hour in Lincoln, also 53 over in Atlantic, 54 in Norfolk. Looking out statewide, still getting some strong winds. Hastings reporting a 64-mile-an-hour gust not that long ago. So these winds are going to continue even after the snow stops falling. And we will continue to watch conditions hopefully improve somewhat. But in many areas, especially out in those open and rural areas, things are not going to be improving anytime soon, unfortunately. So again, the winds are here to stay for a while, and we will be continuing to track any potential problems, but hopefully we will be able to wind things down later this evening and just hunker down for a pretty bumpy night ahead with the wind. But the snow for the area should be wrapping up. For western Iowa, people watching us in western Iowa, the snow should be wrapping up here in a couple of hours. But for here in the metro, hopefully in the next hour, we will get a break and just have to deal with the blowing snow. So again, winter weather advisory officially in effect until 9 o'clock this evening for the county shaded in purple. That does include the Omaha metro area, as well as Fremont, Wahoo, Lincoln, and more. And then a blizzard warning now in effect through tomorrow morning for our northern and easternmost counties. Harlan, Atlantic, Denison, Carroll, all involved in that blizzard warning, and that stretches an awful long way. In fact, take a look at this. Blizzard warning for most of the state of Iowa, a good chunk of Nebraska, South Dakota, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, as very heavy snowfall off to our north and east is going to be falling along with the winds, the likes of which we've seen here, fortunately without as heavy of snowfall. So a very large, potent system, and we're just kind of on the edge of it, and I guess that's the good news. If we've got to deal with it, we'd rather deal with this than the other side. But again, here's a live look at First Alert radar, and you can see that batch now moving through, and then we should be done with these heavier snow bands at last. This one developed about an hour or two ago, unfortunately, and has prolonged the travel difficulties in a situation where we already have more than enough to deal with right now, as conditions have just been terrible all around. We don't have a picture up right now, but we continue to monitor the situation along Interstate 80. Let me see if I can at least pull up the traffic map. We have had some serious crashes along Interstate 80 between Gretna and Greenwood, and we're seeing some of that on the map here right now. But this section right here, between Greenwood to the south and Gretna to the north, much of this has been shut down along Interstate 80. We're getting these traffic reports, some traffic getting through in some areas, other areas, especially the westbound lanes, remain closed. In Cass County, we're being told that a major pileup has occurred there. Cass County authorities urging everyone to stay home. They responded to multiple incidents of multiple vehicle pileups in that stretch of I-80, and in one instance a first responder's vehicle was also hit as those secondary crashes behind the original just compounded things in that chain reaction. We've also had a shutdown near the Gretna area, although we're getting some reports now that it may be moving a little bit there, but right now officially I believe that is still closed. So roughly a 6 to 10 mile portion of Interstate 80, especially westbound, is closed right now as crews are working to clear off those scenes. And of course that work just made even worse by this secondary round of snow that has moved through, along with all of the winds that we've been dealing with. All right, let's take another look here at downtown Omaha, as hopefully things will be improving shortly, but right now it is just a lot of blowing snow. This is a live look at the First National Skycam, and we can't really see much on the ground at all from this vantage point, and it is the same story over at Children's, Nebraska. We are not seeing much, if at all, on our cameras there. As the snow and the blowing snow continue. Hopefully visibilities will improve here within the next hour as the snow stops falling, but the wind will keep blowing. Now let's go out to 90th and Dodge right now, where conditions are not great, but they have improved since a few minutes ago as that band is now pushed off to the east. And finally at 144th and Dodge right now, there you see a little snowier conditions as it is now beginning to collect on some of the more grounded roadways. You can see some patches there on the on-ramps as well. Slippery conditions are going to continue for some time as temperatures are slowly falling, and they will continue to fall throughout the night. Finally, let's check in back here at Blackstone. There you see really getting rocked around by the wind, and you can see some of the snow blowing off the buildings, and visibility very, very reduced right now as we are watching this snow move through the area. Let's go back now to First Alert Radar, and we're just going to be keeping an eye on this last major gasp of heavier snow that's falling through the area. Let's go ahead and switch over to live First Alert Radar here and get an exact update on where that snow is. Right over the downtown area and points west. Council Bluffs now getting into the heavier bands as well. And we should see this finally begin to exit the area here within the next 30 to 40 minutes. But again, we are still going to be dealing with the wind for the rest of the night and into the morning hours, unfortunately. Taking a look at those wind gusts again, take a look at this. 52-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported recently here in Omaha, 54 in Lincoln, 53 miles per hour in Wahoo, 49 in Fremont, 51 in Tacoma. And this is going to continue for several hours. Still getting at that 64-mile-an-hour report in Hastings. And then here is the forecast for the rest of the night and into the morning. Those 50-mile-an-hour winds. This is an updated forecast, and hopefully this is a good sign that the winds may ease off here a little bit quicker than we first thought. That would be good news, but still very gusty into the 40-mile-an-hour range in the early morning hours. But again, until we get to the late night hours, these 50-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts are expected to continue across the metro area, and we will continue to see problems on area roadways, especially out in those open and rural areas where there's really nothing stopping the snow and the wind from blasting across the roadway. We'll take a look here at the latest road conditions report. We'll see if the data can get in here quickly. There we go. Now getting some reports of I-80, obviously notorious east of Council Bluffs, I-80 up to Minden, all the way east. All the way east to Stewart now. Travel not advised along I-80 in western Iowa. So travel not advised all along I-80 there in western Iowa. Travel also not advised along most roadways east of Missouri Valley and Woodbine, including Harlan, Minden, Denison, Carroll, and Ottawa. Travel also not advised across much of the state of Iowa right now. In fact, look at the northwestern quadrant of Iowa, all travel not advised, and then we have much of I-35 shut down as well. And so we are dealing with widespread travel impacts because of the blowing snow and the snow that is still ongoing in western Iowa. So officially, most of the roads here in our area are partially covered, but the road conditions is only part of the story, as the other issue is the visibility. This blowing snow not only produces near zero visibility, but it also can create a little sheath of ice in spots, and that those patchy areas can produce significant problems, especially when you're trying to slow down. And I suspect that that's a big reason why we've seen what we've seen across, especially Interstate 80 today, where we've seen very large pileups reportedly happening, especially in the Cass County area today. So we are continuing to monitor any new information that we receive from authorities in that area. At last report, they were just urging everyone to stay off the roads after those pileups. And no other information since then. Again, no word on the extent of any injuries in all of these crashes, but we do have a report that while responding to one of those large crashes, that an emergency vehicle was also hit. So clearly a major chain reaction situation that was unfolding in that area. Let's go ahead and switch now to our latest traffic reports and see what we find there. We do have, as we mentioned, some road closures in the area becoming a little clearer now. Essentially, this entire road from the Gretna exit all the way down to Greenwood, Interstate 80 westbound at the very least, is closed. and I'm not sure how long it's going to take them to clear that out, as it sounds like there are a number of crashes along that roadway, and I don't think they're going to be clearing those out anytime soon because conditions are just too difficult for crews right now to work in that area. The other road closure area that we've been keeping an eye out for is up here to our north. Highway 275 is reportedly closed or stopped in the doesn't say in both directions. On the map is indicating north and westbound traffic is essentially stopped or shut down. But again, there are sporadic blockages and closures. Oh, actually, here we go. This is the actual closure. Yeah, so Highway 30 there, right at the intersection of 77, is closed. And I believe that is also due to some crashes in that area. As, again, it is just difficult to near impossible to deal with these crashes in the current conditions. Obviously, as the snow lets up, that will help improve conditions, but the wind is still going to be out there all night long. We're not going to get much relief from that until the morning hours, and so that remains an ongoing issue. Again, I-80, essentially east of Council Bluffs all the way to Stewart, is travel not advised. We're getting some closure reports along that roadway as well. From Minden to Avoca, eastbound traffic is closed at this time, presumably because of crashes in the area. That has kind of been the issue all over the place. Further up towards Harlan now, we're seeing closure, looks like the southbound lanes of Highway 59, and stopped, if not closed, along Highway 191 in that same area. More reports of closures near West Side, Schleswig, and Denison, and points north up to Odebolt. Ida Grove. So where these crashes are happening, we're seeing these pockets of either stopped traffic or just full-on closures right now. And here's another one north of West Point along Highway 51. Highway 51, again, likely due to these crashes that are happening all over the state and the region right now. Again, let's take a look at visibility now, and you can see a lot of improvement as that snow stops falling to our west. Perfect visibility now reported in Norfolk, Columbus, and Lincoln, where they're still getting those strong winds. But then you look here in the metro, still at a half mile, 0 in Atlantic, 0 in Carroll, half mile in Plattsmouth, a quarter of a mile in Tacoma, Fremont at 1 mile. So the good news is we're seeing improvement to our west. We're just going to have to contend with the wind for the rest of the evening. But again, that winter weather advisory officially in effect until 9 o'clock tonight, as road conditions will still remain a bit problematic even after the snow stops falling. Here is that winter weather advisory that's in effect until 9 o'clock tonight for the counties shaded in purple, and then we do still have the blizzard warning in effect for the counties shaded in red until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, where they are expecting higher snow totals and those winds lasting a little longer to our north and east. Back now to First Alert Radar, and we continue to monitor this band now sitting over Omaha, kind of expanding in size a little bit, but still pushing off to the east and hopefully out of our area here in the next 30 to 40 minutes. So once we get past this, we're getting indications that things are clearing out nicely off to our west. That's the good news. But again, the wind is going to be sticking around for a while, and we're going to have to continue to contend with it. Again, I want to thank everybody that's still joining us on YouTube and Facebook and our 24/7 Weather Channel. We're continuing to monitor this powerful system pushing through the upper Midwest and its impacts here in the metro area. We've had a lot of crash reports, a lot of major pileups, especially along Interstate 80, and just a difficult situation all around for everybody. Let's get an update now from OPPD on their outages in the area. And according to them, it looks like they have the bulk of the outages dealt with now. Just reporting about 100 customers in their coverage area without power now. So an optimistic sign that they've made some progress there. Checking out some of the other counties, still some major outage issues in Saline County, 782 customers without power. That's nearly a quarter of the entire county. About 150 out in Gage County in southeast Nebraska, and then just a few sporadic outages across the state right now. So that is the good news. But hopefully that will hold for the rest of the night, as again, we're still going to be dealing with these winds for quite some time now. And but again, the good news is it sounds like that 17 to 1800 that were reportedly without power in the Omaha area, most of those customers now back online. To our east, just some sporadic outages being reported in western Iowa, about 100 customers without power in Woodbury County. The only other major outage we're seeing is far up in northwest Iowa, where they've had blizzard conditions for some time. About 240 customers without power in O'Brien County in northwest Iowa. So far so good. We did have that one large power outage in the Omaha area, but it appears that much of that has been resolved now, and hopefully everyone will be getting back online here before the mercury really drops overnight, and we deal with those wind chills double digits below zero by the time you wake up tomorrow morning. Again, if you have any questions about what's going on, or you want to let us know what you've seen, feel free to leave a comment in our live chat on YouTube or on our Facebook page where the live stream is happening right now. We are going to continue our coverage here online and provide you updates as need be as the snow continues to push through the area. And as you can see here on First Alert Radar, this should be the last main vein of moderate to heavy snowfall across the area. As soon as this gets out of here, we should hopefully see the precipitation wrap up rather quickly, but we are still going to be contending with those winds tonight, and that will make things, if not difficult to travel, very uncomfortable to travel in the bitterly, bitterly cold conditions. We're also monitoring the situation down in down along I-80 right now, waiting to see if we get any additional information from authorities down there. But at last report, major pileups reported on Interstate 80 between Greenwood and Mahoney State Park in Cass County. But there may have been additional pileups near the Gretna exit as well. And so dealing with a lot of issues on that roadway. Several sections have been either closed or largely shut down. Earlier we were showing you some pretty dramatic pictures of a major response to those crashes near the Greenwood exit. So far no word on any injuries, but on the camera we could see a massive response of ambulances and fire trucks, as well as a lot of vehicles involved, and I'm pretty sure we could not see all of the vehicles involved because the visibility was certainly poor. And unfortunately, as is the case with some of these chain reaction crashes, they tend to happen in areas where you either have a very large up or down hill, and so when this happens, unfortunately the people that come up on it and don't see it until it's too late, them too then become involved in that crash. And unfortunately, I think that's what we saw along I-80 this afternoon. So we'll be standing by for more information on that incident. But I don't know when we'll be getting an update on that, as crews were still on the scene and battling the elements to try and make sure that everyone in that area was helped. Also, no word on when any of those closed portions of I-80 will reopen, as it's still a very difficult situation to work out there. And once the snow ends, visibility will improve and we might get a better look at what happened, but the wind is really going to be a problem if crews are out there trying to clean up this mess over the next several hours and possibly into the morning as well. Let's zoom in here on the Metro one more time on First Alert Radar, and you can see that we're kind of in the thick of it here in the downtown area, but it is pushing away, and we will be hopefully clearing out here rather quickly in terms of the precipitation. In fact, let's take another tour down some of our sky cams here to see what we can find. This is a look at First National here downtown as the snow continues to fall. Children's Nebraska has been one of the areas where we've had real problems with visibility. Still not great, but definitely improving on that portion or of that area of the metro area. Now let's go out to 90th and Dodge, and you can see there still extremely windy, but snow definitely letting up compared to where it was just a short time ago. And then finally out to 144th and Dodge, things have really quieted down, not really seeing much in the way of snowfall now. Visibility much better, but again, we're going to be dealing with those strong winds here for quite some time. As for here at the Blackstone Plaza, you can see visibility still poor as we're dealing with the last bit of that heavier snow band now pushing out of the area. So hopefully the next time we show you these cameras, this one will look much better than it does right now. Back now to First Alert Radar as we are monitoring the progress of this storm system pushing out of the area. But again, we still will be contending with the winds on the backside of this as well. We should be getting an update here in a few minutes on some of those wind gusts, and we will bring those to you. But for now, we're going to take a break, and we will be back with you here in just a few minutes. I'm Nick Weig at the Alert Desk.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 weather day.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Nick Weig, live at the Alert Desk once again as we continue to track this powerful winter storm system that's pushing through our area. We have seen the heaviest of the snow finally push off to our east as a secondary band developed west of the metro and has now pushed its way through over the last couple of hours. So much of the snow is now behind us, but we still are going to have to contend with those winds for some time. This is what it looked like earlier this afternoon as that system moved through the area. This was some video I shot just here outside our studios at Blackstone Plaza, but you can see what it looked like when the heaviest snow and the heavy winds were pushing through this area. Fortunately, that snow has now come to an end. Here's a look at First Alert radar. You can see the last of the snow bands now pushing out of the metro, now beginning to exit the Plattsmouth area, and fortunately beginning to move past I-29 as well. That should be it for the snow for us as things have really cleared out to the west. That's the good news. But the bad news is temperatures are going to be crashing, and with them, those powerful winds are going to continue for some time now. We are still watching some area roadways. We've had a lot of issues, especially along Interstate 80 this afternoon. Several portions, both in Nebraska and Iowa, have been forced to shut down, but hopefully now things will begin to ease up and some of those roadways may be able to get reopened. But here's the main problem. We still have these powerful wind gusts blowing through. 48-mile-an-hour gust recently reported here in Omaha. It was up to, I believe, about 52 not that long ago. 51 in Wahoo, 51 in Lincoln, 46 in Beatrice, and then up in Norfolk, we're getting a report of a 52-mile-an-hour wind gust. Also getting 50-plus-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Grand Island and Hastings, as well as Sioux City, a 53-mile-an-hour wind gust reported up there. These winds are going to continue to be with us for some time, but there's a little bit of good news, at least in the forecast. It looks like that is not what we wanted. That is not Greenwood. That is I-80 at 84th Street, where the crews are responding to. It looks like a car may have gone off the roadway there. That is not between Greenwood and Mahoney State Park, so I apologize for that. Let's go back now to our graphics. And what I was going to show you here was the forecast. These are the current peak wind gusts across the region. But if we take a look at the next several hours, you're going to see those winds are going to remain strong through most of the evening hours and then slowly begin to taper off through the early morning hours. So it will still be gusty when you wake up tomorrow, but nothing like what we're seeing right now. Unfortunately, the temperatures are coming down with those winds, and that is going to produce some wind chill issues as well. Here's a look at the latest road conditions. Still a lot of travel not advised, especially in portions of our viewing area over in Iowa, Denison, Carroll, Harlan, Atlantic, Minden, down to Council Bluffs. Travel not advised on Interstate 80. A little bit better over here where we haven't seen as much snow. Most of the roadways now reporting partially covered, but obviously some sporadic closures out there as well. Wind chill right now feels like about 10 degrees here in Omaha, but take a look at our west. Those temperatures now beginning to crash and wind chills going with them. Single digits to our west, 1 below zero already is the feels like temperature in Norfolk. And that is just going to continue to drop as we move through into your morning. By the time you get up tomorrow morning, wind chills well below zero, as deep as 10 below here in the metro, and it will take some time to recover throughout the day across the area. So a very bitterly cold day in store for tomorrow, as those gusty winds will let up a bit, but not entirely. Speaking of letting up, here's another bit of good news. We're seeing visibility improve as the snow is moving out of the area. Take a look at the latest readings here. Officially a half mile in Omaha, but things have improved a lot here as that snow band has moved through. So I think things have already improved, and you can see that to our west. 1 mile in Fremont, 7 miles in Lincoln, and full visibility 10 miles now reported in Norfolk, Columbus, and York. So that's the good news. The bad news is the wind is going to stay. If you want a little bit more good news, let's take a look at the extended planner here. If we stretch this out here, you can see we're not going to see any dropping temperatures on Monday. That's an error, but things will be cold, and then we will see a chance of some showers or precipitation on your St. Patrick's Day, but then things really begin to warm up around here. 80s by the start of your weekend, and then we'll cool back down, so to speak, into the 60s, which is still pretty darn good for this time of year, and we will certainly take it after everything we've been through this weekend. So there is another look at the radar right now as things have really improved out there. And now Western Iowa prepares for another batch of snow. The rule of thumb here right now is even though things are improving, officials everywhere are really urging people to stay off the area roads if they don't have to venture out, simply because the fewer travelers are out there, the easier their job is going to be in clearing all of this out of the way. I want to thank everyone that's been joining us both on the website as well as on our 24/7 channel, also on our streaming sites on YouTube and Facebook. We really appreciate everyone joining us here, and we'll continue to bring you this in the future as we transition from winter weather to severe weather here in the not too distant future, as we continue to provide you up-to-the-minute information both on air and online where you need it. So we appreciate everyone for joining us. We really appreciate everyone who's liked our videos, who's shared their comments as well. Liking, especially on YouTube and Facebook, subscribing to our channel is a great way to support our efforts and to get our coverage out there to more people when they need it. And we plan on continuing to do this in the weeks and months ahead as need be. So I think for right now, that is going to about do it for us here. We are going to wrap things up. And coming up a little later this evening, we're going to bring you a special Selection Sunday reaction from our sports team. And now that the NCAA tournament, the men's NCAA tournament is now set, we know where Nebraska and any of your other favorite teams are going to be going as the tournament gets underway on Tuesday with the first four, and then the main first round beginning on Thursday as well. We're going to bring that to you here just within the hour, I believe, here on our streaming networks. And we will provide you any additional updates from our weather team tonight as they come in, and we'll be standing by for any breaking news as we always do here at the Alert Center as need be. Until then, I want to thank everyone for joining us. I'm Nick Weig with First Alert 6 at the Alert Center.